All right, we're live.
We're live.
We are. We're here again.
Hello, everybody. What time we go live? Did we make it on time? Yeah, it's 10 o'clock. I think we were pretty close.
Welcome to the stream. I am Kim of Kim Fixes Things. If you never have, check out my channel. I do things,
You
fix
do
stuff
things, you fix
sometimes.
things.
Every once in a while, I actually fix something. Most of the time, I just fool around with junk. Sometimes we learn things, though, and we use tools, and I try to be funny, amusing,
Bruce,
diverting.
Bruce, oh, and Lester. Good
I'm here
evening.
with your host tonight, um, Buck Del Campo of the Buff Del Campo, but you already knew that because we are here. And yeah, we got the dart is in. We need a day off while parts arrive to maybe get some better lighting going for the dart. And I noticed it's leaking a little bit of oil, which we'll have to investigate that. And it needs a lot still, but it's it's getting closer. If you really want to sort out a car for a long drive, like a 3 hour drive to Sykeston, you got to get it done a little bit. Last year we were up against the last couple days and we were not
The
ready.
last couple of hours.
Yeah, and we were trying to get it, and it was like he said, "No, we're not taking it. No,
Yeah,
we're
it
taking
was,
something reliable." I was like, "Oh man."
I mean, we're like, you have to leave now and we're still fixing stuff. It's like, nah. Let's just take a different vehicle. This is stupid.
So, but you can't always just power through everything. Sometimes you have to just wait for the delivery man. Hello, All Drab, Lester the Saber, Bruce Culgin. Thank you for being here. Um, and there'll be more people in, I would presume. We were watching John Wilbur talk about wheelbases, and we are not going to have any discussion of it. None. Don't even mention it. I will run you.
She's upset, and I go, "It's so easy. There's two wheelbases, and
I
that's
don't care.
it.
I don't want to talk
That's
about it. That's
that's
it. That's too much. I'll time you out too. I
You'll
will
time
stop
me
the
out."
stream and go home. We're not talking about it. I don't care. So, but what we are going to talk about is this I was using this today. I wanted to bring in. I actually
Roadster. I'm sorry, I'm talking out of
Mr.
term.
Sear, not at all.
I'm
No, no,
talking
no.
and you're
Greetings are
talking.
important. I'm just trying to fill in people what's going on. I actually turned the we have a Dodge Dakota. I actually put air in the tires and pushed it out of the.
Can I be a smart? I should be a smart
Go ahead.
ass. What's the wheelbase?
You will be so sorry,
It's the wheelbase of the Dakota.
so sorry if you persist in that way. So I was trying to push it around by myself because he was occupied with things with other projects for the afternoon. And so I couldn't get it in here. But one of the problems that I was having is this thing sputtering so bad. And I really think that it's blowing through the needle and seat. I think. I kind of think because I'm guessing that because of how much of the fuel consumption, I really just think it's flooding itself. Did we figure out which used the bulb for the trunk lights for the dark?
Who was it sent me the page for the? I don't have my email here, so I can't look at it.
I don't know. We have an idea, but
Well,
I
the
have some.
page they sent me has a listing for all of it. There's all these numbers I'd never seen before, except for the headlights. So I think the company I remember the company. I went to their website and they have stuff for all old cars. They're all like every kind of old car there is. And they have a Mopar section. I went there, but I think it's their part numbers for those bulbs. I'm not sure. So I don't know. Yeah, thanks for sending that. And if we buy them from that place, we'll use their partners, I
So
guess.
short answer, nah. But I did order stuff for the license plate light, which is like a necessity, and I got some LEDs on order to maybe put in some of the things. We can't put LEDs in the turn signals because they won't flash, but the running lights and
Well, yeah,
stuff
but
like that.
you know how to fix that.
I didn't order one of those flashers. So we didn't really do any of the right stuff today. It was a nice day. It was really hot, but it was sunny and dry. And I thought, man, I better get something in the shop for tonight. So like I said, the Dakota's right outside, but this thing is spitting and sputtering, and I'm afraid to start pushing it uphill for fear that this will die out and I'll get run over. So I really got to get it like running properly. And So I wanted to get it in here. I don't know if you guys are. I don't know that I'm going to even record any of it. I've noticed that we don't have any long form video coming out recently, and that's kind of a negative because it doesn't get us view time. But I guess
I
we
gotta
could.
do some. I gotta do some
It don't matter.
longer form videos. I know that. Man, that's a big mouthful.
The good thing about not being monetized and not being financially dependent on your YouTube channel is that nobody cares what we do.
Big
We do whatever we want. Has a 106-inch wheelbase, so does the K5 Blazer.
mouthful.
Doug start. At
She's gonna throw us all out.
least make it relevant.
You know, she's got a blue wrench. She could throw us all out. Tell me to go
What
home.
about the what about the Bronco 2? What's the wheelbase of my Bronco 2?
I don't remember. I think it's about 108 because it was like it was a half inch different than the Studebaker.
Supposedly
Oh, the Bronco. Oh, I was thinking of the,
it's real
no,
narrow and it's
no,
easy to roll over, I guess.
the, oh, that's the tread width. The, the frame we just pushed out of here. Stray Bullet, how you doing? The truck we just pushed out of here, the wheelbase is like a half inch different than the Studebaker. So that's why we were thinking about using it for the Studebaker.
Yeah, but it's kind of different.
Yeah, it's too different. It's a twin I-beam. It's a truck. It is set up kind of high. Looks stupid with a car body on it. Maybe, maybe not.
We have to modify it so much that I don't know that there's any value to trying to do it. Other than the width, other than the length, it's not that similar. So, could be problematic.
Doctor says 94-inch wheelbase on the Bronco too. I don't know. It could be that short.
94.
You
It
know,
is way short.
I know a lot of wheelbases. My dad bought a 1965 Chevy van. It's one of those ones that has the engine right here. You open it up like this. It's between the two front seats. And the wheelbase on that thing was really short. It was 90 inches. And I always remember that because that I think was about the shortest wheelbase vehicle I ever drove. And I know the original Mustangs was 108, and then there's other stuff in between. But as wheelbases went in the 60s and 70s, those two were pretty small. And of course, now cars are all shorter, so I have no idea. Those are some enormous cars back then. It's like a CJ7. Oh, okay. CJ7 was what, the first of the AMC? Was that the first of the AMC Jeeps? I don't know. Is that a Wisconsin four-cylinder and skidder? No. It originally had some kind of a diesel engine in it, like 16 horsepower. And somebody put a Honda, I think what, 24 horsepower, two-cylinder
X620.
GX 620.
Yeah, it's like a 22 or 24 horse.
I don't think the Pintos were 90. They could have been. I had Pinto wagons, which were a little bit longer. I don't think I ever had a Pinto Cooper sedan or hatchback or what the heck called. Uh, the wagons were a little longer. So I just think a lot of people make fun of Pintos, but Pintos, it handled real well and it would go real good. But it had room in the back and it was a small car. And at the time, it was a small car. It was just comfortable, set low to the ground. It's not about the same height inside as like a Corvette, so I like that. But now everybody wants to sit up high in their SUVs. I don't quite understand it. We have one SUV and it's comfortable to sit in, I guess. Small SUV. We have that Jeep Patriot.
Yeah, I mean it's
Worst Coke I ever got from a Magneto was a Wisconsin corn powered generator. Had a bad plug wire. Bit me on my ankle ball. That must have been fun. That's a cute little skid steer. Yeah, what is this, Kim? What kind of skid? It's a case something.
1816B.
1816B skid steer. Looks like a twin Briggs. It's a twin Honda. Hope or not. How you doing? Somebody put that somebody put that Honda in there. And we knew that the day we bought it. We drove all the way down to Alabama with a trailer and bought it from a dealer that was right on the Alabama.
Well, not really a dealer, just
Well, he is. He's a legal. I asked him.
he had some cars.
Yeah, he had some cars. He's a legal dealer, and he had the cars he had were like a boat tail Riviera, and he had a '57 Chevy, and he had some old cars out on this lot, and his skid steer.
And he was real nervous about selling it to me. He said, you know, it's in kind of rough shape, hon. Are you sure you want to put this on?
He wanted to drive it, and I think he was a little nervous having a girl get on top of the skid steer and drive. And you went out and drove it, and what you're driving around in his lot. He had a big grass lot. You're driving it, and he goes, "Oh, she knows how to operate." I go, "Yep." It's pretty funny. He is in badass skidder. Honda engine tripled the value. Oh, I don't know. May have. I heard it was a diesel, and somebody else said it was not a diesel. So I
See
have.
right here where it's got a sticker, it says gasoline.
Yeah, what's that? Is
Well,
that
that's
original?
I have no idea.
Okay, so maybe it was originally a gas. I don't
I
have
don't
any
know.
idea.
Somebody converted it. They put a sticker on.
Dougster says he loves the boat tail Riviera. Man, in the late '70s, from 1975 to 1980, I had a radiator shop, and I had some regular customers that would come in every year and get their car serviced. There was a guy had a uh, uh, 71, the first year of the boat tail Riviera. And you'd always tell the first year because all 71 GM cars had those vents in the back. 72, they were gone. They were only there was a 1 year thing, so it was a 71 Riv, and I did the service on it every year. It was a big kind of bright maroon, almost red Riviera with a white interior. Man, I had to put plastic on the seat before I got in that thing. But he'd drop it off, he'd go take me home, and I'd drive him home, and I'd come back to shop, do all the service on it. End of the day, I'd drive back, get him. So I got to drive that car. I love that thing. But it's kind of a big car, to say the least. Uh,
You say?
a lot of the early small skid steers were powered by gas engines. Yeah, this one could have been. When it comes to motorcycle, I'm the eternal Honda man. Yeah, I don't
This
know.
motor needs some love.
The motor does? The
Yeah.
engine? The engine on that's bad.
Well, no, it's not bad, but it needs some love because the exhaust exits up
Oh,
and it
then you,
sits out because we don't have a garage for it.
yeah, and you got to remember to cover the exhaust pipe or the engine fills up with rain. Becomes a rain gauge.
But since it's not a very valuable piece of equipment, we don't store it.
Oh, he says that Honda is definitely a replacement. Yeah, we knew that.
Oh,
We
yeah.
bought it. We knew that.
I mean, that's a good thing. This machine, we don't have, it didn't have an hour meter on it, but you could just tell it's old. It's been used. They said it come off of a chicken farm, and I'll bet it got used every day.
Well, Parnott says my Honda 360 ran with the floats upside down, but even better with the floats right side up.
It'll work better with
So,
space.
hello, Moparnot, Mike M. I've never driven a skid steer. I'm ashamed to say I've never driven a skid steer. Uh, Kim had me. She goes, "Get in it." No, 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 no. I'm not doing that. You get in it. She got in it. That's when we brought the range, not yeah, the Ranger in here, and she was pushing it around with the skid steer. I didn't want to push it around. I didn't even want to drive the skid steer because the first time you drive a skid steer, you shouldn't be like pushing something around
Yeah,
in and out of
probably
the
not.
weeds. I experience the only thing I can kill a Honda with is lack of oil or coolant if applicable. Yeah, engines don't run well without oil. I've run into that problem before. Not with me, but seen it happen. Yeah, I had a Oldsmobile Akiva with a quad four in it that was pretty fast quad four. And I had a guy working for me, and I was gone from the shop, and he did me a favor and changed the oil. Then he went out and drove it. He got distracted and didn't put any oil in it, ruined the engine. So yeah. And then I had a '67 Cougar that had a 289 in it. Had a girlfriend at the time. She took it and drove it around, and the oil pressure sending unit got a leak and peed all the oil out of it. So the oil light came on. She drove it home, ruined that engine. Of course, that led to a fun project because that's the one I put the Chevy in. Actually, that ended up being a pretty cool car afterwards. Maybe it's a good thing she ruined it. Although ruining a 289 isn't a good thing. Time kills everything. Yeah, especially when you don't use it. I've learned this. You let a car sit, it hasn't been running a while. Man, same thing with airplanes. People let airplanes sit in hangars for long periods of time, and then they have trouble afterwards.
Oh, I'm gonna turn the AC. Speaking of
Are you too hot?
air, oh gosh, I'm sweating so bad.
See, I'm from a warm climate. She's from a cold climate. She's got to have that AC on. I forget.
Well, you're just sitting there.
I know, and you're working, but it's
We're
still,
talking.
it gets up to 100 degrees, I start noticing. Half of the work I did, the asphalt company was kicking me old as a freight bobcats in the ass to keep them running. The owner was an absolute tightwad. It was so frustrating. Yeah, I've worked for guys like that. I worked for a guy that had tow trucks, and they're all old Fords from the 60s, and this was in the 70s. So he had the oldest tow trucks in town. They were like 10 years old, and he put them together from junk. So, it needed a brake job. He had me go out to the junkyard and find some old Ford pickups that had brake shoes that were still good enough, bring them back and put them on. It's like, you gotta be kidding. Just buy brake shoes. No, it's too much money. I had a cougar. Oh, a cougar. Different kind of cougar. She was hot. That's Mike in. I'm supervising. Yeah. 108 in California today. That's my kind of weather. Although down south, like Yuma, which is right on the California border, I mean, that's where I liked it. Uh, I had a 79 Bronco with a 351M, dropped a valve and still got me home. Had zero oil pressure for 3 years. When I let it go, it was still driving. Yeah, probably had a little oil pressure, just wouldn't register. 351M is not my favorite engine, but it's okay. It's just a big Ford engine. Small block with a big block bell housing, I think. I know the 400. I don't know. The M was kind of a weird engine. Big, big, tall, that kind of heavy engine. Kind of like a Cleveland, kind of not. What's his name? You can always remember his name. Guy from Nebraska. Or is he from Nebraska? No, he's from Indiana. The guy with the big green Ford, Tim.
RC Industry.
RC Industries. Yeah, he had that big green Ford with 351M in it.
RC Industry is supposed to come visit us on the 27th.
He's gonna come by here?
Yeah,
Oh my God, where are we gonna have him stay?
he's not gonna stay.
Oh yeah, Mike says he'll take a California 108 over Louisiana 97. Yeah, as long as you're not right on the coast. Even then it's drier than Louisiana. Oh, pardon not. A 351M will make 400 horsepower if you know what to do. Yeah, yeah, that's true. This is a big, heavy engine, though, and I'm not. Most everything I'm putting some in is bigger engine in a smaller car, and I don't know. I just never something flying around. Oh, I just swished a bug off me. You know what it is? It's one of your lightning bugs. Tavo, how you doing? Wow, Dusty, you got some motorcycles. It's a 97 Valkyrie, a 72 CB750, and a 79 CBX. Man, I love the looks of the CBX. I like the way it sounds. Never ridden one. I think I wrote a 750. I don't even think I wrote a 750. You know what a 550 is? It kind of looks like a 750. It's four cylinders across. I rode one of those some back when I was young. Really young, like 20 or something. How about 2 weeks straight of 108? Yeah, that's how Yuma was. Yuma, Arizona, it was the entire summer. It was 4 months, maybe 5 months, 115 degrees to 120, 122, and dry, 10% humidity. It's just, I don't know. In the evening, once the sun was down, it was really comfortable. In the daytime, you had to have a hat on or stay in the shade or something, but no humidity, so it was pretty easy to deal with. Heavy 750. I remember those things. I was working just when I was 15, I was working at a bike shop, and there was a Honda shop next door, and we walked over there and looked at the first 750s. So I'm thinking that was in 69. My 550 has a lower seat height, better for people to. Yeah, I got a short inseam. That's a problem with me on motorcycles. I have a hard time reaching the ground. There's a place in Yuma that you can go and get your motorcycle endorsement on your driver's license and use their motorcycles, and they have Sportsters. So I was thinking I should do that. Then I don't have an Arizona driver's license, so Tennessee license, so I couldn't do that. Tavo says just home from work. Oh yeah, it's Saturday down there. So you do what? Half day on Saturday? 550. I don't own a 550. I get tunnel vision just mowing my lawn. And I don't know why. I got a big lawn. I don't. Takes me an hour, 2 hours probably to mow that lawn. And a bunch of trees to go around and plants. It's kind of a pain in the ass. But I like going out there in the mower and riding around at that time. In fact, I bet it's getting grown up again. I haven't looked at it in a few days. What really bothers me about the heat is the ridiculous electric rate we have. You know, what I've learned is air conditioning is way cheaper to run than electric heat. Electric heat is horrible. $500 electric bills is like just kills me. We've got to get a wood stove in the house before winter comes. Problem with the early CB 750 is it's tall and wide for a bike. Yeah, I'd swap both my Valiants for original Sandcast 750. Sandcast. Man, Valiants. You talking about your Utes? He's got a light blue Ute, pretty nice car. Still rather build a knucklehead. No worries on the inseam. I make it the right height. Oh, did I put your parts in that?
I'm gonna have to.
Oh, where's the parts? Oh, I put them. I thought I put them in that. Oh, I cleaned that out and I forgot to put them in there. Where'd I set them? Your dart parts. I meant to put them in that.
I put some dark parts over here.
Oh, that's where you put 'em. Okay. Kerosene heater. You know, we got enough wood around here where we put a wood stove in the shop.
Sorry.
We put the wood stove in the shop before winter last year, and it was basically we have to get rid of that wood. You know, we've got oak trees that have been knocked down by windstorms, so we cut them up and heat the shop with them. Uh, let's see here. 72 CB 750 is my dad's second motorcycle he bought. That before he was dating my mom. They just celebrated 46 years of marriage. Wow. Kerosene around $5 per gallon here. Ugh. Yeah, wood is free here. Well, it's not quite free. You got to put a little gas in the chainsaw.
Chainsawing is hard work. It's not free,
Well,
but
it's not $5 a gallon for kerosene. No, I'm not. I don't want to build it. I don't want to burn anything except wood, and cardboard, paper. Mopar Nut says $7 here for Carol. I forget where you are. Yeah, when I was in Ohio, my shop had a uh, oil-fired furnace, and I could keep that place about 30 to 35 degrees in there. It was miserable. Then I put a wood stove in there. First night I had that wood stove, it was 70 degrees in that shop. Man, it was up. And then fluorescent lights. All of a sudden, you know how fluorescent lights work at 30 degrees? They don't. They're like little flickering things that have a little light. Man, I warmed that place up with the wood stove. All my lights were up. I was in there working. I remember I was working on a Ford truck, had the intake manifold up. So nice.
I know why this is breaking off. It's got water in it.
You got water in what? What do you? I don't know what you do. Pull
It's
up the
got the
carburetor.
carburetor, yeah.
Pull the carburetor up.
It's got water in it. I can see the bubbles.
more energy in kerosene though versus burning wood.
Yes, there is.
Well,
It's harder to control. And we have to pay for it.
and I
Whereas
have to
wood,
pay for it. I have to pay for it.
paper comes.
Yeah, wood. We just put it in the wood stove here. I don't think you can quite see it where it is, but we put wood in there, and I'll sit there and just keep it going and add a piece of wood once in a while. Once it's warmed up in here, it's gonna be like 60 degrees in here. It'll be freezing cold outside, miserable cold outside. Let's see here. So I know where a K, I don't know what that is. KO, K0, I don't know what the sandcast is. It's red original, everything been parked since 72. Locked up, needs total restoration. Guy wants 30K for it. Oh my God, this some old thing that everybody wants. Our Valiant's might be worth almost that Dudster. Can you imagine shipping Valiants and then shipping motorcycle halfway around the world? Tell us what you're doing.
Inspecting.
She's inspecting.
Oh, look at this. I don't know if you can see it. Look at all the crud that came out of that. See all the crud in the butt? Very. Can they see it? Nah, it won't focus.
I'm turning it the wrong way.
Yeah, you want to. There's a bunch of crud in that.
Focus. Focus.
It doesn't have autofocus. It's not
Oh,
going to
it's not an
focus.
autofocus. Well, this is a piece of the carburetor. It's here, Jim.
It is just full of gunk.
Do you have the carburetor pointer?
Yeah.
Okay. It's worth it because it's complete. Wish I had 30K. Fire up the compressor. Ugh, that's a noise machine. We got two compressors. We got a little tiny one, 3 gallon that we take places. And we got a 17 gallon that I bought in '07, Harbor Freight, to paint the Corvette. And I figured it would last through the paint job. I still have it. It still works.
Really good news about this is I've already found the issue and we'll be able to get this going. Push the go
So
there.
somehow water got in there.
Water got in and trash got in. I don't know how the trash got in. Let's see. Emulsion tube. Gunk. Where the emulsion tube is?
Pancake compressor, take it everywhere. I got they had both compressors. They had a little pancake compressor and they had the hot dog compressor. And I bought the hot dog compressor, and it fit in the Mazda right behind the driver's seat, between the driver's seat and the passenger seat. Everywhere I went, oh, and I had a rolled up a big extension cord in the car. So everywhere I went, I could usually find power. I always had air. And 3 gallons is enough. Remember we used that in what were we doing in California, Maryland when you and I went up there?
We went to fetch the Jeep.
Yeah, but we were using that compressor. I'm probably putting air in tires or something. So Dean Stevenson's here. Says, "Good day. You guys heard one of those screw tight compressors? They're amazing. Quiet. Oh, you know what? Where I worked, where we did in the aircraft uh, uh, factory, we had a screw compressor, and that thing. Oh man, he had that thing in there for almost 20 years, and then Then it started needing parts and started needing stuff. Dean Stevens says, "Hi, Buff and Kim Bortini." First, is it KO or K0? I don't even know what I'm looking at. 750s are rare buff because Honda didn't want to invest too much on the gamble. So they sandcast the crankcast cases, and the gamble paid off. They tooled up on expensive die casting. Oh, I see. Tube emulsification overload. Unless you're framing a house, all you need is a small one. For some of the stuff I do, the small compressor's fine. And sometimes you got to fill it twice and carry it out to the vehicle to get enough air in the
I
tires.
carried that out 4 times.
Carry it out for you. It's a
Maybe
big
five.
tire, big tires. So you can't carry it around. But for like using a rivet gun or something, they're perfect because rivet gun only once, it's not like using a TA or something, just sucking up air like the wow.
We have a couple paper towels.
Couple of paper towels coming up.
Thank you. This automatic make difference. See, it's really all clogged up with garbage.
K0 with each revision level goes up. Oh, I see. K0, K1, K2, K3, K4. Okay, let's go back here. They're giving away the USA made air compressors with Harbor Freight, 60 gallons, two-stage pump, $600. No more discounted food forever. Glad I got mine. Yeah, I guess so. I always thought when walking through Tractor Supply, I always see those big compressors, and I want one day. I spent most of my life working and spending any extra money I had on tools, but I never bought a big compressor.
When we need one, we'll get one.
Oh, a needle scaler will suck it dry. I bet it will.
Oh yeah, those suckers are thirst.
What amazed me with that screw compressor at the aircraft places, there were people grinding, like several people grinding with little air grinders and DAs going and machines that CNC machines that use air to pick tools up and everything. They're going all day long, and that compressor would run and shut off, and then run and shut off. So it was not just keeping up with it; it was more than keeping up with it. Screw compressor was great, but I bet that thing sucked up some power. Oh, it ran on 480 volts. So it was. I don't know what the amp draw was at 480. That'd be a lot. Nice thing about air compressors, they don't care how long of an air hose that you have attached. Hmm.
It's true.
Yeah, I have 100-foot air hose here, and I used to have another 100. I don't know what happened to it. And I'd hook them together in my shop in Ohio. I could stretch that all the way out the highway if somebody needed air all the way out into the driveway. So I guess I had about a 200-foot driveway, something like that. Just run my large blast cabinet, no problems. A 60-gallon two-stage compressor. Oh, that's another thing that screw compressor is running is a blast cap. And a lot of times all that stuff was running at once. Uh, yeah, 60-gallon two-stage, that'd be nice. Geez, where are we gonna put that, Jim?
Um, outside.
Outside, we'll build a little shed outside. Yep.
We're gonna have to listen to that.
I had one. My first radiator shop had one of those, and it was in its a separate enclosure and even then it was kind of loud. But I had to insulate it and vent it outdoors so that like otherwise I couldn't talk on the phone. You got to answer the phone in business. In my ideal setup, I'd rather have another place like a prison. Yeah, I mean, you can and it doesn't take much. I mean, you can just build a shed on the outside of the shop or garage or something. Run one tube through the wall. Nice thing about there. Okay, I run my large blast out. Okay, ideal setup. Yep. Yeah, 200 foot of hose. Okay, everywhere. I sand and painted Lady Doge's super needle with my pancake compressor and my portable air tank as a reserve. Then I ported my cylinder heads and intake last winter. We ported the head here. Kim did that. We did a video on with her porting the head on the slant. She did it with electric die grinder. My compressor is in the heater room. I paint 60 feet away. I have half-inch nylon air brake line throughout my shed. Oh, is that the curly Q stuff? Alternating at the compressor with outlet fittings every 10 feet. Yeah. Hey, Mexican Spec, how you doing? Oh, you know what you did? You had this on Top Chat. Why are you on Top Chat?
I never changed it.
I gotta fix this. Yeah, people, don't be on Top Chat. Be on Live Chat. You might miss something. Okay, I'm on Live Chat now. Half-inch is minimum on those lows.
This is good. It's Friday night.
It's Friday night. They're all on here.
How did it get to be Friday?
Friday. What are we gonna do tomorrow? We have no lives we attend on Saturday, which I try to keep it that way. Let's see, it's high flow 3/8 fittings at all connections. I just saw the manslaughter case was dismissed with prejudice because I got to look around this camera. I'm tired of looking around the camera. I'm gonna move it. You still see Kim. You still see me, sort of. I moved it the wrong way. Just I got to look around the camera to see the chat. Okay, just because the prosecution failed to disclose important evidence. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, court. Yeah, oh, Alec Baldwin. Oh, okay, now I kind of want to see what you said. Now that I understand what case it was. The manslaughter case was dismissed with prejudice because the prosecution failed. Yeah, well, somewhat gonna be more heat wave. So getting a good beat on ATM. So I tend to lose appetite. What's ATM? ATM. Kim, tell me what she's talking about. Alec looked up. Yeah, oh yeah, Alec Baldwin is like such an anti-gun guy, and then doesn't even understand how to clear a weapon. That just SNLs were a flop. Like SNLs flop apart from a couple of regulars. Oh, Saturday Night Lives. You know what happened with Tavo? You do a live, and I wouldn't even know about it till after it's over. And of course, you're halfway around the world, so it's the timing's bad for me. And I just miss them. I'm sorry. Oh, ATM means at the moment. ATM to me is a machine where you get money. When I was in Ohio, all ATM machines are called green machines because you get green out of them. They finished the movie and it's coming out. Yes. Why? Sherry Morrison, prosecutor. She was dang good during the other trial. No with Paul. If you want to be anti-gun, but don't be so anti-gun that you don't know how to clear a weapon if you're going to walk around.
If you're have a gun, I don't care what your stance on guns. It's better not to use.
Yeah. You know, in South Dakota, when I was either 11 or 12, I was 11 and 12 in South Dakota, and it was sixth grade, and we had an optional class. They came into class, said, okay, anybody wants to sign up for this firearm safety class. And you know what? A lot of kids go pheasant hunting, and they go hunting, deer hunting and stuff with their parents. And they want those kids to understand how to handle a weapon and safely. And so they had a firearm safety class in the sixth grade, and you brought your rifle to school, and they taught you how to hold it safely and everything, and how to handle it. And yeah, now people think that's crazy, but there was nobody shooting anybody. Uh, so kids my age, which are now 70, in sixth grade, they knew how to handle weapons knew how to clear them, knew how to handle them safely. And it's just probably not a bad idea. This will affect other conviction because the evidence they suppressed was bullet casings they found that could have come from a second weapon. Oh, geez, I don't know. Lead propulsion device control means using uh, at the moment. Oh, somebody else is saying ATM at the moment. I still think ATM is the
Automatic television.
automatic teller machines, automated teller machines, or automatic teller, whatever the hell they are. Can't stand either. It's about prosecution holding evidence. I do it all the time. I'm a hunting fool, especially the tasty rabbits. Hey, Dougster, I've got a rabbit to cook. How do I cook the rabbit? It's frozen. I bought a frozen rabbit. I want to know, like we're gonna put it on the griller, so we don't even know what to do. I was gonna thaw it out and do something with it. But we got rabbits all over the place here, and I got a 22. I don't know if I should be shooting rabbits, but uh yeah, I mean I got this rabbit I want to cook. That's good because I just posted a picture of my dinner, which is Chinese food. I asked it was a lot of food for $7 each. Man, see that's another thing. In Mexico, your prices are still reasonable. I don't, I think that's the prop gun shouldn't have been live. See, that's another thing. Why are they using a weapon that's had ammo in it? On don't they have like stage props and stuff that they can use? I don't know. The whole thing just seems crazy to me. Bugs Bunny came frozen. Yep, Bugs Bunny came frozen. We're in one of my favorite stores up in Kentucky. We're on our way back from something, and I said, "Hey, let's stop here." And there's a store owned by Korean people, and they have all kinds of Asian food in there. And one of the things they have is rabbits. I bought a rabbit while we were in there, so I thought, okay, we'll cook this some night. Kim goes, "Yeah, okay." Well, it's in the freezer, so it's frozen when I got it. So I don't know. I guess we got to cook it somehow. In high school in Louisiana in the mid 90s, I had many classmates that drove to school with hunting rifles in their truck. Oh, yeah, same thing in the 70s. We had, our kids had rifle racks. Oh, it was an ag school, and yeah, there was rifle racks. Sometimes more than one rifle in the rifle rack. This one's solitary, ATM, 30-mile radius of me. It's out of service. Oh, man, yeah, but you're out in the middle of nowhere. Robert Stewart, like, oh, this is going fast. I got to scroll back. Robert stew or like casserole works? I don't know. I just want to cook the rabbit and like have it like pieces of chicken. I don't know.
It's good.
Hey,
Knows how to do it.
extra. Pleased to see you. Oh, this Dean Stevenson saying hi to everybody. Uh, that is why the armor went to jail because it was her job to clear the weapon. I don't know. To me, yeah. And you know what I was taught? You can say that if you want, but you know what? I was taught if you're going to handle a weapon, you got to know how. First of all, you don't hand anybody a weapon without it open and where you can see that it's clear. Uh, let's see here. You don't point a gun at anything. You're not going to shoot. Yeah.
Well,
Make
it's on
rabbit.
the set of a it's on the set of a movie. I'm not gonna
Well,
like they were shouldn't have been using a live weapon. Period.
there's so many movie props. You think, okay, make rabbit a la king. Dice up rabbit meat. Cream of chicken. Cream noodle frozen mixed vegetables in a crock pot. Serve over biscuits. I can't have biscuits, but I could have the rest of that. I mean, if we could make it so it's in a crock pot, I guess. I thought we were going to cook it over a fire, but maybe not. Based a point for remote control of my life partner. It's this ecstasy. Uh, that should train the count. Did the big smoke. The bank here, BBVA, man, is closing all their branches. The machines will stay in place, but no more branches. Jeez.
Where's that at?
Mexico, wherever he is in Mexico. I'm not sure exactly which town he is. I know the area where he lives. It's down there, about 800 miles south. Uh, cook all day. Although it's too dangerous to have large amounts of cash here. 100% too many lists. Mm. Uh, John Wilburn, armor failed. Both efforts were just. Speaking as a professional instructor, expert. Still, John, I say if you're going to handle a weapon, you hand it the person open so that they could see it's not loaded. Isn't that right? And if you're going to handle the weapon, I'm not saying how the court case came out, but if you're going to handle a weapon, you should at least know how to clear the thing. And at least when somebody hands it to you, you should be able to recognize if it's cleared. You know, let's see here. We used to hand off weapons all the time when I worked at law enforcement. We all carried handguns, but in the morning, we had to and clear them, and then holster them. And then we had a Mini 14, or more than one, but we had them off because everybody didn't carry it all the time. And you take the magazine out, clear it, you hand it to the person, you hand them the magazine, you hand them everything, and they load it back up again. And that was the only way if we didn't do that, you get fired. Okay, John Eric Hanson made the same mistake. Gun was pointed at his own head. That accident entered my friend's stuntman. He was John's double. You guys would know about our gun control laws down under. Yeah, like you don't have, like they cut them all up, didn't they? In the 80s, a friend bought a 22 in Kmart, walked home carrying it and the ammo. Yeah, we're used to that stuff here. We got 70s, 60s, we can't be carrying stuff around like that. I mean, you might be allowed to, but you're gonna get police are gonna come. For specific reasons why a movie set is very special circumstances when it comes to safety. Yeah, I guess. And I don't know if you were in here, John. You came in kind of late, but we were talking about it, and I said, Why aren't the guns on a movie set? Why aren't they a prop? You know, why are they using them? Why? It's been loaded. Jeez, uh, been loaded at any time in its life. Okay, before you hand it, that's right. Hand it off open. Let's raise a few eyebrows, dollars. You don't know a weapon is loaded, and yeah, why you even touch a gun? Well, it's set it to cook all day, but if there's a cook all day button on the remote, yeah, well, I've cooked stuff on low, on the lowest setting there is, and you can let it go 7 or 8 hours like that with big piece of meat in there. Well, when they're acting, they have to completely trust the props people. I suppose. I still say this should be props. I think this is a perfect example. why there should be guns in the props. It's just my opinion, whatever that's worth. Yeah, we used to hand off revolvers all the time, and cylinders open, your K-frame, uh, K-frames. Anyway, you hold it, and it was a 38. Most of them were 38, some 357s. You hand them off like that. Uh, stuff. Parts down under. I had a friend who used to call it Kmart, came apart. So everything he bought there, I guess he thought it came apart. Great state house and he there. I have a live round anywhere. Yeah, we used to have oh god, out on the range. We had a hell of a range out there. And on the range, we had live fire on the range where you shoot at turn targets and stuff like that. And then we had I can't think of the term. Well, anyway, you had like two teams. You were out there. All the guns were cleared ahead of time. You had blanks put in them, and everything was inspected because you're shooting at each other. And there was quite a process there. Some Kmart's down here, they're very different from what they were though. Used to be a carbon copy U.S. stores. The carbon copy U.S. store, I think they closed. It's never explained why there was a live round. It was live rounds can be on set. That should only be set security. Yeah, okay. Uh, yeah, special rules for movie. I don't like special rules they have for force on force shootouts. Your Kmart. Where is this? I don't know how to pronounce it. Dunedin, Dunedin, Dunedin. My wife can now get Kmart rash from another guy's car. Don't they make wide parking spaces? That's what I miss about Arizona. Everything was big. Streets were wide. On ramps and off ramps were wide, and I mean wide and long. Parking spaces were big. Come back here or go to England. Man, everything's like barely drive around the cars to park. Oh, I should get 20 years for it. Well, we're not gonna. It's done. Tends to take a couple of screw ups and wants to make an accident. Yeah, that's what they talk about airplane accident. The holes in the Swiss cheese lineup. I don't know if I like that, but yeah. And that's what happens to airplane accidents. There'll be some error, and then they start focusing on the error instead of flying the airplane. And so that's the first rule. If there's something goes wrong, fly the airplane. Then work on the problem. I can tell you there are guns for sale at our Walmart. Yeah, I bet. I know the signs going into Mexico when I walk into Mexico. No guns, no rounds, nothing. Better not have anything in your pocket. No empty cartridges in your pocket. Yep. Yeah, it's called English. Fatal shot. Evidence calls into question if the fatal shot came from his gun. Really? Okay. I didn't follow the trial. Learned something new every day. Kmart was born in Detroit. Next, Mr. Well, what's his name? Chris. Chris. I don't know. I guess he was K. That's the K in Kmart. Set cooker to set cooker to stun. Stun the food. Of course, that joke of an armor didn't do what she should have. In Louisiana, it's called post. Oh yeah. It's post everywhere, I think. It was in California, it was, in Arizona, it was. Peace officer standard and training. I scored 178, 120 on the shooting course when I was 20. Yeah, I was always in the upper part, but I never. There were guys that always could outshoot me, but yeah, I scored up real high on the. But I don't remember what it was. I always enjoyed going out the range because when I first got there, the range master basically didn't give a shit. But he quit and went on to another job. And the new range master we got on was a former motorcycle cop from the Bay Area in California. And that guy, I mean, he had a hell of a range with turn targets and we went from our required once a month to, man, we were out there once a month was 2 days once a month. And then we could volunteer to go out there anytime that wasn't our shift. And a lot of people did. And it was, he had a really good program out there at the range. The point is, what we should never kill our kids. Yeah, yes. This we're back to allegedly. I was a police officer for 3 years. Mike, where were you a police officer? Post is one of the serials in Battle Creek, Michigan. That's right. When I was a kid, there were three main cereal companies. Maybe there still are. Kellogg's, Post, and what was the other one? General Mills. I have proctored the qualifiers for LEOSA. LEOSA guys. It's a great deal for them. I'm not sure what LEOSA is. Maybe I should. As a kid, a cereal box. We eat cereal in the morning. There's all the stuff on the back of the cereal boxes. Send in 3 box tops and get free stuff. I got a model of a Studebaker Lark one time because I saved up box tops and sent it in and got free uh my free Studebaker Lark model. Wonder whatever happened to that. It was a Lark convertible. I remember that. Small town outside of Baton Rouge. I used to fly around way around Baton Rouge, and I'd make sure that I was in a single seat airplane, looking real fast. I'd always be in contact with the approach control there, and I just stay. I didn't have transponders, so they could see me as a primary target, and I report my altitude. It's pretty nice. I could see the airliners go in and out. They were like over there, so just the straight bullet with iron sights. Yeah, anything we did at the range was with iron sights. I have I have one rifle that has a scope, and I don't know. It's it's a gun that my son had, my youngest son, and he just left it here. So I guess I should get it out sometime, clean it, get the scope set right, and maybe take it off. You get to see a benefit of red dot optic on a pistol. Exists big dots. I go to see now. I can only guess what that means. The last time I was out on a range with official, like an official shooting on a range was, and that was in 1983. Kind of funny. I used to work in assembly of car parts at General Motors. Was a customer. After '08, I was laid off. Went in food, did work for General Mills. So I've done lots of work for GM. The two big GMs, one built cars, one built cereal. You know what I like about cereal? The cereal boxes. We save those boxes, flatten them out, and that's gasket material. You understand that's really good gasket material. Kim's back there working and not saying anything.
I'm not. I'm working real hard. Focus.
She's focused.
This is gonna work.
It is going to work.
Oh yeah, that there was all kind of garbage in that carburetor. It's wonder it wasn't working.
Carburetor full of garbage and it was still running.
Yeah, but it was running.
Must have been okay. Must have been something okay about it.
It had water, dirt,
Cereal bowl killer. Yeah, we have. Kim used to eat a lot of cereal, but she doesn't anymore. But we've got a pretty good stack of uh, cereal box for gasket material. Mexican Pet Spec says, "Song us a song." I think you mean sing us a song, Kim. It was a cereal situation. Whistle while you work, Kim. I don't know if you can hear her. She's like way over there whistling. Just put little toys in the cereal box. Yeah, they did. I mean, that's what we did as kids. We open up the cereal box and like ram your hand down in there. Mother'd be going like, "Get your hand out of there. When you get to the toy, it'll come out." Yeah, Cracker Jack, same thing. That toy. Cereal boxes make excellent rust patch panel templates too. I bet they do. It's way better than corrugated cardboard. I see people do that. Yeah, the thinner cardboard. I used to buy big sheets of we call it poster board, which is just really thick paper, thin cardboard. Coop de Villes in the bottom of a Cracker Jack box was a great find. Really?
What was?
Coop de Villes. That's Dean Stevenson. Maybe that was down under somewhere. I was called. I was called on a service call. It's Dougster. He says I was called on a service call, and the compressor head gasket failed on the International Payload dump truck. I brought them another dump truck. I found a beer case on the side of the road and made two head gaskets. Perfect. I like it when you find this stuff. Wait that long for the toy. This this is a great crowd. Wheelbase limit. No, 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 no. Kim said anybody that said anything about wheelbase, she kicked us out of here. And then I brought it up, and she got upset. Yeah, he says this is the great crowd. It's the only place of wheelbase and Plymouth stamp is more controversial than the Baldwin trial outcome. Uh, Dr. Go, sorry, Kim, but I did not find your it's bug in my face. Go away, bug. Yeah, sorry, Kim, but I did not find your license plate light today at Iola.
Well, thank you for looking.
Yeah, thank you for looking.
We
But
can
almost every,
have a solution on order now.
but almost everything except that part. It may have been at Iola, but I don't know what the what vendors to ask. 4,000 swap meet vendors. Yeah, yeah. You're expected to go out and look at every darn one of them and know what part it is.
Yeah, I think it's good.
My next door neighbor used white bread as a base filler. You know what? You know what? All the old, all the old body men that I learned from in the early '70s, the old guys, their primer, they take gray primer and they mix. You know what Bonami is? It's a cleanser. It's a dry powder cleanser. They'd mix Bonami with their paint and put a couple ball bearings or marbles in there and shake it all up. And they'd shoot that on cars. And that was their fill primer. Now you buy fill primer, it's expensive. But they used to use that. And see, and I used to use uh, not in the paint, but I used to use it in epoxy when I didn't have anything else, is baby powder because it was talc. And that's the ingredient in Bondo. But uh, yeah, they had to tell you there's some problem with talc and some allergic reactions or something. So now that's all the baby powder is now cornstarch. And it'll work, but it's not the same. So coffee shop $2, 100 psi. Don't worry, that's nothing. The Mexicans underestimated the peak power of a 364 barrel M code short wheelbase coupe. What? Saw a skid steer case a few miles from the car show that was for sale that looked like Kim's. How much was it? Did you see the price? Wow, way up north. That might be rusty.
They generally go for about 5.
Well, I was wondering what he was going to say before that. Okay, let's see. 210 horsepower is net 300 horsepower gross. Right, depends on what they have hooked to when it's net. 15 horsepower more than the U.S. version with dual catalytic converters. Yeah, hey, Mexican spec. When did they start putting catalytic converters on the Mexican cars? Or do they even have them now? I bet they do. My friend was looking for Olds 394 engine parts at a large swap meet. Took a white T-shirt, wrote wanted 394 Olds parts front and rear. He found the parts. That's pretty cool. He was driving, so he didn't see the price.
Oh, well, that's all right.
I should have brought the second HT up here.
You went through one already.
Yeah, I went through it already.
Okay.
Yeah, John, you had that wheelbase thing going so bad Kim left the room and she got upset with it. And then I went and took a shower and came back and you guys are done. But I had enough wheelbases. Okay, we're not going on a wheelbase again.
Nah, get up.
Kim's gonna freak out.
Get over it. I gotta be done.
Dean Stevenson's talking about wheelbases, something down there, even more wheelbases.
I'd rather talk about the airspeed of an unladen swallow than
Huckster says, Dino, Nixon the wheelbase talk. John says he thought it was funny. I couldn't believe all these guys are arguing and like half of them are full of shit, you know? And it's like, it's pretty easy to me. I can look at them and see the difference. Okay, so here we go. Tavo's gonna keep it going. They're talking about four door stamps, and I just chopped the top on a four door Valiant, and John says, "Well, you're the one to do it."
nope.
I'm not gonna do it to this Valiant. I'll probably cut it up some other way, or I'll just leave it alone. I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. It's great for the rain, animating. Why does a wheelbase trigger Kim? Oh, the reason it triggered Kim is because it went on like for an hour and a half with all these idiots arguing about which body style had which wheelbase. And she's like, like 5 minutes into it, she's done with it. I saw two guys write on their white t-shirts what they needed. First responder garage. Hello. How you doing? Welcome. Talk about the rabbit. Yeah, I wanted to talk about the rabbit. Nobody had I don't know, talk about making like a stew with it in the crock pot. I don't know. John said it was good 20 minutes at horse hockey. Is that all it was? I left. I went and took a shower. Even I couldn't listen anymore. It's still triggering her. What is the backstory? Did she? No, she just got tired of the
It's
nonsense.
just the most obnoxious conversation. John's like trying to back out of it, and new people would come into the stream and have to bring it up again, dig it up again. It was like, for God's sakes, just stop. Oh, talk about it. Oh, more. All right. I think this will run.
She thinks it'll run. So you're gonna fill this place up with exhaust?
Darn it.
Oh, you don't run it very long.
Well, to pull it out and push the Dakota in. Are you ready to Dakota pushing?
Dakota pushing.
Dakota pushing.
John Wilbur said viewership went up because of that.
Everybody wanted to come in and argue.
And that's worse than politics. Wheelbases. Okay, we're not
wheelbase?
going to discuss politics, religion, or wheelbases.
You can frame the politics, I can frame the wheelbase discussions.
Our four doors were 108 at the time. Really? Oh, so they were the short one. Okay, Kim,
Yeah.
we are, so we'll leave this on and people can watch us do this,
All you should have to do is steer. You need to bring a flashlight with you. The key is in the ignition.
Texas. I realize a rabbit isn't a big car, but that will be a huge pot to put it in. No, this is not a Volkswagen Rabbit. This is just a rabbit hair. Uh, okay, hey buddy, Mopar guys. Does anyone else just doesn't care? Hey Kim, what's the wheelbase on that Dakota? Hey, he's gonna stir it up again. Okay, what we're gonna do is she's gonna try to start the case. And do you have a fire bottle so I can stand by?
And just let it burn to the
Yes.
ground. I'm so sick of working on this thing. No,
We might mutiny, but with all these rules, that's what Mexicans
it was clogged so bad. It should
Dean
have plunged.
Stevenson. Man, not idiots, aficionados. Kim, what's the wheelbase of skid steer? Oh, geez. Okay.
About 1, 2, 3 feet.
She's gonna measure it in Kim feet.
3 feet.
3 Kim feet.
3 shoes. 3 size 10 and a half.
I put on my filthy gloves again, which are clean on the inside. I thought it was funny. Flamed mother Mopar mismatching the parts. Okay.
Light.
No,
You're gonna need a
I'm
flashlight.
gonna need a flashlight.
Yeah, because it's an unfamiliar vehicle, and you're gonna have to steer it.
You're driving.
And I don't gotta turn the sound off because once I start this, it's just gonna get quiet. So
Turning the sound off.
I'm not gonna turn the sound off.
Okay, but it'll go off.
I'm gonna raise this up a little bit.
Watch the switch up change over.
Actually, I'm gonna bring the camera out a little ways so you guys can see better.
Camera out a little ways. I can't see from back here. I got my reading glasses on, so. Okay, so I have reading glasses on, but I can't read that far away. So I guess they're not reading glasses, they're close-up glasses. Okay, so you are we don't have any fuel dripping anywhere.
Where's the radio?
This part, I see.
Where's the radio? You have your radio?
The radio. Radio, they're in your purse. Pretty good. Yeah, this one's on.
Is it on? Oh gosh. Okay. I think the radio was on. There you go.
Jazz that thing?
All right. Oh, yeah. I've never heard the engine in this vehicle run. I bought it. God, who said he heard it run? There's no plan. Short wheelbase Dakota. All right, that was funny. That was funny. Oh man.
Oh, I've ever driven an old car that never been driven like in years. The steering wheel's so sticky.
Oh, sorry.
Oh man.
That good, huh? It's a faux.
What's that?
You know what? That's why we're here. We're trying to get it move it on.
Half a paper towel. Who likes these?
I've got a V8 that would go in that. I got a 360 and a 727 transmission that would turn that into a burnout monster.
Yeah.
But right now it's got a little four. I think it's a 2.2. I don't even remember. I've never even really looked into it too heavy. V10. Good luck finding a V10. I think they're a little bit in demand. Let's see what's into the hood. Oh, you know what? We have to actually this stuff for long coordinating.
What's that?
Everything we do with this, it's a long.
So we gotta like record, like double record.
Yeah.
Well, we didn't record that, did we?
So we
You can snag it
off the live,
off the live.
maybe.
Okay, now you put this back in the way.
Okay.
I gotta move it over so I can read the chat.
However's comfy.
Because like when it's in front of the chat, then I gotta keep leaning back and forth, and it looks stupid. Put another 4 in there, you can have a real truck. 2.2? I don't think it's 2.2. 2.2.
Yeah.
2.2 are the little front drive cars,
It's a,
aren't they?
it's a K car motor. Yeah.
It's a K car motor.
It is parts interchange with K car. I think it might be a different bell housing. Short.
Candidate for a Hammy 6. Yeah, just send one up. You know, I got that tracking number, whatever it is on its way across in a truck to here from the West Coast. So, you know, he might have sent us a Hemi 6.
He might have. That would explain why it's
I
taking so long
I
for them
don't
to
think so.
process.
That'd be pretty funny. Uh, I love those little paper towels. I hate those little paper towels. I like when I grab a paper towel, I want a paper towel, not a wimpy toilet paper thing. She likes
Mexican
those. She
spec
likes
says
those
it's got to
stupid
be a
things.
2.5.
Oh, it could be a 2.5. He knows everything with cars. He's
I
like
mean,
it's like he's like
let's
uh,
find out, right?
like a car database. I used to be like that. I was like that with 50s and 60s cars, but the later ones. Oh, that makes sense. He's about 20 years younger than me, so so he's like a database for all the 20 years ahead of me. Stuff. 151, please. You're in America, next. Oh, that's the thing about Americans. We know liters and inches. And because of the British, we also have Whitworth.
All right.
Okay, see you're recording over there too?
Recording over here.
She's doing a she's doing a video.
I should.
I'm on a live.
They should just get the better camera.
Oh, this is going fast. I call it what the manufacturer does. He calls it whatever the manufacturer does. Yeah, that's what drives me nuts when you go in a part store with a slant six and they want to know how many liters it is. You got to rememorize all this stuff. It's a 225. And of course, they don't know what 225 is. It's a 3.7.
So I bought this to make it work.
Oh,
Check that out.
she bought this. What, I mean, I'm going to say, what is it? I mean, it's a distributor, but what specifically is different about this? Okay,
This is what the original distributor looked like.
this is the original distributor,
And then that's
and this
distributor
is
for a
something.
Volkswagen.
This is for a Volkswagen. Well, a Volkswagen and a 2.2 aren't the same thing.
Oh, but it fits in there just perfect.
The Volkswagen engines are in the little front drive Chryslers were 1.7s.
So
I mean, it's not bad. Okay, I'm already diving into this and I shouldn't be.
what I did was I put the driver put this onto a 318 distributor and then filed off every other point so it would be for a 4-cylinder. But that didn't work because the diameter of this was too big to fit beside the motor. So I got this one because it's smaller in diameter. So it can fit up in there. And see, it's the same jobby.
So let's see here. What size Hemi 6 you want? Well, 35, 24
Whatever's
cc's,
good.
410 or 4340. Well, bigger, better, I guess. Oh, are the deck heights all the same? Because that thing's upright. It's not a slant, so it might not fit in stuff so well. Of course, I don't know if it fits in stuff down there. Why wouldn't it fit stuff up here? Jim really enjoys mixing and matching parts. Yeah, I mean, I used to do all that kind of stuff. You gotta find a way of undoing British threads. British threads. The what do they call those things? Whitworth. They were real shallow threads. I mean, not only were doofy sized wrenches, British shouldn't give me a hard time about not knowing metric. First of all, I know metric. And second of all, they gave us Whitworth.
I don't know what was wrong with the wiring. I don't know what they're doing here, but all the wiring is.
I've seen a 2.2 break a Dana 60 axle in an 89 Daytona. My little it's not K car. What was the one before the K car? Little front driver. Dodge Omni. It had the 1.7 VW engine in it, but everything on the outside of it was Chrysler. I can't even imagine what it'd be like. You know what happens? I save all the boxes and I take pictures of them, and then I'm making a database. So if you need a part for a car, you can look it up. It's all BSW.
This is the distributor cap you ran over with the long tractor.
Oh, God, give me a hard time.
Okay.
Here's what Kim likes to store stuff on the floor. Worse yet, she'll store stuff on the ground in the grass.
It fell off of the side of the fender.
Okay,
Working.
it fell off the side of the fender.
Decided that you had to mow right next to me before I could get down and get it.
I was mowing.
Right next to me.
And the grass is like a foot high next to her, so I run up and I'm mowing. I'm right there, so I mowed it. Well, I mowed a distributor cap. Distributor cap didn't survive.
Mowed it right down.
Made a bad noise going through the motor. Here, why am I holding this?
I don't know.
You handed it to me.
Well, I wanted you to see my monstrosity.
Okay, so
where was the other? Okay, this is the other. This
no,
is the
there's
one that's
this one. There's this one down here.
supposed to go in here.
There's this one too.
Yeah. Oh, where'd you get the other one?
Well, if you handed it to me, I set it down.
Okay.
I didn't know about the special box. All three are the same height, and all will fit your 72. Just need. I kid around about that, but the reality is that would not be a good engine up here because every time I need parts, it'd be like, I need your
Special
phone
order.
number. I need your phone number. Hey, Tom. I need your. I need. How much is the shipping? Gulp. Like you put stuff in orbit halfway around, you could bring it in.
Orbit.
Yeah, because it's so far around the world, it's cheaper to put it in orbit and drop it in here than the ground transportation.
Yeah. Probably.
What is this? 104.668.334.65551 cubic inches. Well, we don't care about that close. Why is it distributed? Yeah, well, wait a minute. She's not going to agree with that. Mexican spec says, why was it distributed? Cap in the grass. It was her fault. and she dropped it. She left it there, but
Yeah.
maybe it hadn't been there very long. I
It
don't
hadn't
know.
been there that long because I was.
And I drove over it.
Oh,
I brought the mower deck right up close to the car she was working on, so it'd get all that tall grass next to the car. And I hear this. It's like she goes, "You ran over my distributor cap." I felt like shit because it was a brand new cap, but it was down in the grass. I'm mowing grass, not looking for distributor caps, but maybe I should. I don't mow up closer anymore. She was inside the engine compartment, so I wasn't worried about hitting her with the mower. I was just trying to get the grass up close. It'd be nice, because it's not nice to work in tall grass. So I thought I'd just mow it down for her so she could work in a nicer place. And I messed up.
yeah. Want me to give you a hard time about it?
I'll just mow the distributor
Ruined
so I can
my
find the grass.
favorite distributor cap. I'll never have another distributor cap that I love that much.
You don't ask if she agrees, Buff. You just say it's her fault.
Damn.
Simca. Simca. We haven't had Simcas here since the 50s, maybe the 60s. There might have been something at Simca that was had some other name on it. Simca 1307, a three-door. Thankfully, they had the McPherson struts and the Dean rear axle. I'm not a fan of the Omnis. Man, I had an Omni when it was almost new. It was a 79. I got it in 80, maybe 81. And it had like 30,000 miles on it. Had a 1.7 in it. That was a nice car. And mine had a leather interior and everything. It was an optioned up car. It was pretty nice. And see what happened was though I was divorced and then she got that car and I got the payments. The day it was paid off, she traded in on a Mazda pickup.
She got the gold mine and you got the shaft.
And then I went and tried to buy it back as a used car, and they'd wholesaled it. So I went to the lot that bought it, and they wanted more money than I paid for it to begin with. I just shook my head and walked off. I guess I'm not going to have that car again. I liked it. Nice car. Wheelbase of the lawnmower. Wheelbase! A lawnmower. That's why I hit it. The wheelbase is too short. The lawnmower.
You're walking on thin ice. We're not doing wheelbases.
The L car development video, Chrysler showed the Simca 1307 5-door. You know, we could have had some Chrysler car here. I'm thinking there may have been a Plymouth or something that had a Plymouth name on it that was made by Simca. I don't know. I had a hard time keeping No, I did not buy our new distributor cap.
It's in my it's in my Speedway shopping cart. Still haven't bought
It's
it.
in her Speedway shopping cart. If I had a lot of them when I was selling cars, they're garbage and always work. I don't agree with that. Well, yeah, maybe you had old ones. Man, mine was, what a nice car that was. Of course, mine was like low mile car. Had 30 something thousand on when I bought it, and she probably got it by the time it had like 45 or something on it. So it was like, yeah, it's a new car when I had it. I remember driving it from San Luis Obispo to LAX and back, and I got 42 miles a gallon. I was really happy with that. I expect you're the person who has a problem with omnipresent. Chrysler Alpine. Chrysler Alpine. Man, I don't know if we have those here. I don't think we have. I don't know. A lot of times I read about these cars, but we don't have them here. Simca helped keep Chrysler Australia alive in the early 60s till we got the Valiant. Have damaged my mower. Oh, this scrolled by. I can't even see what it did. I've damaged mower several times trying to avoid using my whacker. Yeah, I really need to. I don't have a weed whacker. I need to buy one. Uh, with the first responder said I missed. What's with the wheelbase? Okay, I'll fill you in, but I won't say a lot about it.
Oh, you could talk
And
about it.
and John Wilburn's live tonight. They got a whole discussion about 111-inch wheelbase A body cars and 108 wheelbase body cars. And here come all the know-it-alls. And some of them don't know it all. And it's like an argument that went on and on and on and on. It ended up, it had a life of its own. And Kim left the room. And uh, I uh, I stayed for a while, and then I went, took a shower, and got cleaned up and got ready
Sitting
to
there
come up here.
yelling at the screen like, "Hey, what you
Well,
talking
and I
about? I'm
see, and I knew which one.
a
I knew which one was which. Uh, why Mexican? See a butcher. You miss what's the base? I don't know. What's the? I don't know what was said. Something about a hatch, and I missed that. Who cared about mileage in the early '80s? I did. Oh man, 42 miles a gallon. That was wonderful. I drove all the way to LAX, which is a couple hundred miles from San Luis Obispo and back with that little tiny gas tank, and I didn't have to put any gas in it. I had a new 80 Omni with a 2.2. I liked it. Yeah, I probably drove some with the 2.2, but it's just because I was working on it. Doing like cooling system services or something like that. I spray everything with herbicide. It's straight bullet. No one in the oil glut here after 1983 halcyon days turned for the USA. For Mexico, no issues ever. Yeah, okay. I mean, Mexico, I think, has what's their, it's isn't a socialized oil company there? Pemex or something? I don't know. I don't know. I'm just guessing. I was very poor in the 80s. I've been very poor most of my life till the last 10 years that I worked. I did real well. Uh, but most of my life I was poor. So right now I'm back to living on Social Security and not having much. But we got a lot of junk around. I got junk's fun to have. And I got lots of tools that I bought during that 10 years that I had money. So and I bought a lot of tools when I was
And I
working on
bought a bunch of junk to play with
it. Yeah. Let's
when I
see.
got here.
Yes, but not many. If they did, we would have sold more Chevy Sprints. Chevy Sprints were Suzuki's, weren't they? Chevy Sprints were good cars. We sold more 454 Chevy trucks. Oh yeah, I bet you. Yeah, because people with money will buy. They don't care about gas. Uh, Nationalized until a few years ago. Now we have different named gas stations, but the gas all comes from the same source. Okay.
Well, it's pretty much everywhere.
Omni in the TC3 two-door and Rampage Stamp five-door Simca 1307 Chrysler Alpine Talbot. Oh, I forgot about Talbot. Alpine. Omni Horizon was the same. Oh, wheelbase, a different body. See, I went up to Chrysler dealer, Chrysler Plymouth dealer, when I had my second radiator shop, and I almost bought a new uh whatever the little pickup truck was, the Rampage. I almost bought one of those. And then the salesman really talked me out of it. I knew the salesman, he goes, don't buy this, don't buy this, don't buy this. I ended up buying a Pinto, no, a Bobcat wagon. And that's when I started converting the Pintos and the Bobcats to little vans. And those were, I could pay for those cash. So maybe, that little Rampage would have been a great delivery vehicle for a radiator shop. Oh, don't start on the chemtrails. Chemtrails.
Hey, those are illegal.
Yeah, in Tennessee, they passed a law and the governor signed it against chemtrails. I like, you got to be shitting me. You know, it's bogus to begin with. And what are you gonna do? Chase down airliners? Have like flying cops that go up there with the red lights and sirens and like, hey, you gotta land and we gotta cite you for chemtrails. Bunch of idiots. I can't believe our government even wasted time on that. Uh, I have a Chevron card at my local gas station. With it, they give me a 50.5 discount per liter. So is that, it's all the noise. Point 0.5, is that 50 cents or 50 pesos? 0.5 pesos. I don't know. Long enough make Congress some big old, there's a lightning bug flying around in here. As long as it make Congress money. Well, it was the state legislature and state senate that passed this stupid thing. I have a bunch of idiots. So many laws being passed on fiction today. Yeah, that's definitely fiction. 1990, I bought a 76 Pinto wagon with a 2.8 V6 to drive around Vegas. That is exactly what one of mine. I know I had a 76. When I got the mechanic, they told me, oh, it scrolled away already. When they, when I got to the mechanic, they told me the steering shaft was held on by a shred of metal. Yeah, yeah, that's bad. I wouldn't shoot you, Buff. My favorite turd. I missed whatever that came from. Oh God, this scrolls by so fast. 50 centavos. Right now it's 26 pesos per liter. Okay. Centavos is obviously like part of the peso, I guess. On gas mileage, about 10 years ago, I used to put $40 a week in my Aussie Falcon. Worked about right. Then I got a Mitsubishi Mirage. Started putting $25 a week in that until we for $15 filled it. Government areas for idiots. Nothing but idiots. Yeah, that's why I say, I mean, in the U.S., we have the power to fire the entire uh, House of Representatives every 2 years, but people keep voting the same people in. So who are the idiots? You know, vote in some old lady down the street that raised their kids and they're not a bunch of criminals. She'd be perfect. But people don't do that. And then fire her 2 years later. She'd come back and live with whatever law she passed. But of course, I'm just talking about it. It's not going to happen. Yeah, whenever I needed a car to drive, my go-to was the Pinto. 26 pesos, $1.48 per gallon. Oh yeah, that's pretty good. It's like here in 2020. Here's a buck 51 a gallon here in Clarksville in 2020. We just had the national election. What happened? The light went off.
Turn it off. It's a very loud noise.
She's gonna make loud noises. We just had a national election, so a new batch of idiots are coming into power. Who knows what the women will do?
Are you ready?
President, okay, are we ready for noise? I guess.
Two, one, go. Say it.
Okay, she says she's done with the noise. She sawed through something. Yeah, in 2020, we were a buck 51 a gallon right here, right down the street. Pretty nice. That all went away. Yeah, by the liter. Dew point. $5.78 per gallon. Here, right now. Oh, that's great. Okay, she was making more noise. That's why I couldn't talk. Yeah, that's crazy. Here we're just over $3 a gallon. What are we about? 3.30 something, 3.05, something like that a gallon. Well, what's the objective on the truck there tonight? Kim's gonna try to get it running. It was an electronic thing, and now I don't know what she's doing. She explained it, and I didn't pay attention.
I didn't pay attention.
18 meters square, the frontal area of a Boeing 767. I'm starting to get a little hungry. That's good. I didn't eat much. Kim cooked a big old dinner. I hardly ate any of it. 3.785 liters to the U.S. gallon. Yeah, that's pretty close. I always figured 3.8, but yeah, I guess that's pretty close. It always makes me laugh when I see what the hell is it? I don't even remember what it's something about flushing toilets like 3.8 liters. And I just go, yeah, it's the one. Oh, it says, oh, I know what it was. I learned it from the toilet. And it's the Buick 3.8 engine. It's a 1 gallon engine. Good mics. I don't hear any of those. Yeah, it just the mic just cuts it off. We were having around $2 US per liter or $2 Australian per liter. And I don't know what the exchange rates right now with Australian dollars. Do you in Australia do they have the paper bills that are actually plastic and if you run them through the dryer they shrink? I got those in Canada. Oh. Yeah, they know nothing about aviation. They just think they can pass more legislation dealing with the subject. Yep, yep. I mean, think about this. They passed that stupid law, both houses in the state of Tennessee. Governor signed it. Big old deal on TV and everything, and they outlawed chemtrails, which is just horse plenty. There is no such thing. And then and then now what? Are they gonna figure out how to enforce that? Bunch of idiots. All that wasted time and laws on the books. Bunch of idiots. Imagine how it is when you're medical care. Yeah, medical care. I've lost my medical care again. 231 cubic inches per U.S. gallon. I love proper U.S. imperial. I never call it imperial. I call it SAE, Society of Automotive Engineers. Uh, we have the plastic bills, but I don't have a dryer, so I'm safe. You guys have plastic bills too. Yeah, I was working with a guy from Canada. He goes, "Oh, you got to be careful and not put these through the dryer because they wrinkle up into a little wrinkled up piece of plastic." And then he had some coins from Canada that had a center that was different metal than the outside, and the center would fall out. And he goes, "Yeah, then you got a washer instead of a coin." Yeah. Like the Cultural Revolution. How long birds? How long birds? How long birds? This is just as bad as California. Well, it isn't because they at least they regulate something that they can't regulate. They're just they're not coming after me for chemtrails. California, they come after everybody. What is it now in California? If you got a diesel truck above a certain size, it has to be smogged every 90 days. Are you kidding me? Man, oh, they don't fold right. The plastic bills don't fold right. Yeah, I didn't even think of that. Okay, so $2 Australian is a buck 34 US. How am I ever going to remember that? Well, of course, it changes every day. Imperial measures can be different from SAE or US gallons, for instance. Oh, yeah, of course. So yeah, I can deal with SAE and US gallons because I'm here. And then I can deal with metric measurements and uh, liters and, metric system because I don't have a washer either. Well, not that kind of washer. I meant like this kind of washer. It's like twink over a bolt. But if you don't have a washer, how do you wash your clothes, Mexican strict? Washboard, bucket. I don't know. What do you do? Laundromat. I have not seen the center fall out of a Mexican coin. Maybe HU in Canada means bad quality. Yeah. And I don't know how hard those were to get out of there, but I know he had a couple of washers. I only have gas trucks. I never bought into that diesel BS. I know I've driven diesels. They were okay. We had where I
Good
worked
for
at
towing.
airplane place. We had the big Fords with well, they had the 7.3 liter diesel, which is a nice engine. Always 5-speed manuals. And then they came out with a 6 liter. That one very good. Plastics fold okay. You just can't ever get them to straighten. Oh, I see. So then the person who gets it tries to put it in a drawer because I rent a washer once a month for a wait a minute. I rent a washer once a month for 170 pesos for the week. So you do laundry once a week. How do you rent the washer? In a place? It's in a place, or you got to move it around? A little Swedish rounding. Nothing could make me hate Mercedes-Benz calling a 6834 cc M100 V8 6.9 liter. Germans know the same dodgy stuff. That's for damn sure. They darn sure. Soon truckers will stop delivering to California. I can't believe they haven't stopped delivering to Maine. It's Maine, they can't idle their trucks more than, what is it, like some small amount of time, 1 minute or 90 seconds or something. You know, Maine is god dang cold. And they're not allowed to run their engines, and they're not allowed to run their little APU engines, which is basically a little Honda generator with, they're not allowed to heat their cabs anymore. And there's like a $23,000 fine in Maine for that. I'm surprised they don't just drive up to the border and dump the stuff off. Too expensive unless you're towing with them all the time. Yeah. SA isn't so. SA isn't so. It isn't. He's making a song out of it. Once a month, the guy brings me a machine. Wow. Wow. It's not $170. I think he used that dollar sign for a peso. 170 pesos? How much would that be? My van has a tiny 2.4 liter diesel and CGM, CGM, CGM of 6,500 kilograms. CG, I like the gross weight. I don't know. 3093 is about $980 for the week. Oh, okay. 1,300 pounds. If I don't go buy a car, I only go out of the house once a week to buy food. Yeah, I've gotten like that. I used to run all over the place, and now it's like last time I was out of here, it's the day we drove up to the grocery store in Kim's Dart. I said, man, that was great riding in that dart. She said, it was scary. I said, well, you were driving. This way I don't have to repair a washing machine. Yeah, my former wife bought the washing machine we have. She paid way too much for it. Some electronic wonder from Samsung. Don't ever buy one
Oh,
of
you
those.
hate that
I
washing
hate that
machine.
washing machine. I want to take it outside and shoot it, but I don't have money to buy another washing machine, so I
Just yell at it every time
I
you make
yell at it. It's all electronic stuff, and it decides how much water to put in by the weight of clothes. But that doesn't work. Sometimes it puts in this much water. Sometimes it puts in this much water. Same basic size of, uh, and the clothes are way underwater, and sometimes the clothes are dry, and it's sitting there going, whoa, 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 and I'm looking like clothes are dry. How's that gonna work? I mean, there are buckets putting water in the washing machine. What is this shit? Expensive, expensive piece of junk. See, before I retired 6 years ago, quit going to California in the big rig. Fuel was $6 a gallon, so I pulled my permits to drive in California. I understand why. I avoid California a lot. The only time I go into California, well, my sister still lives there, but I never go see her. We talk on the phone. My father lived in California in Paso Robles until 2018 when he died. And the only other reason I go into California is I go to a little bit of California, which is actually on a reservation, which is actually a separate nation. So I don't know how that works, but I use it because that's the closest entryway into Mexico off that reservation. Washing machines don't need to be digital. Oh yeah, I know. It's like, why does my washing machine have circuit boards in it? It's just it's the same.
save water.
Gavin Newsom has done to this state exactly what he did to San Francisco. Yeah, it's like, okay. Yeah, if you there's a couple of I don't watch them too much anymore, but there's a couple of currencies I used to watch pretty closely. Yeah, it moves instantly. It's moving all the time. Interviews, I don't understand people voting for them. Well, maybe the vote doesn't count. They don't know. Remember that when him and Kamala ran for president. Yeah, Kamala couldn't get any votes. Like, she had the least number of votes, very, very few votes. Next thing I know, she's vice president. It's like, what the hell? Danger, Will Robinson. Washer incorrectly loaded. Oh, God, yeah. But they put so much water in there one night. It's suspended by four springs on some rods. That thing was all the way at the bottom. The springs were all the way collapsed. There was a big gap. I was like, oh no, this thing's broken. But it was just too many,
Way water.
so, you vote with the washers by their feet. Yeah, you go drive in California. It's like this. Yeah, they get the largest number of people, highest tax rates, and they never have enough cops, never have enough fire people, never have enough teachers. The roads are crap, and the roads in California in the 70s were just wonderful. I mean, they had a little just beautiful roads and nice reflectors, so it's like driving down a lighted highway. All that's gone. I mean, all that's just gone. It's just nothing but it's like the roads are like from left over from 1970. Some of them feel like they're left over from 1930. What? Oh, money. Straight. I don't want to stray into politics any further. Yeah, it's sad when I drive into California and see the condition of everything. Is I hate to even drive into California. I try when I go up to Vegas from Yuma. There's a section of California I got to go through, and it's just roads total destruction. You just hate to even drive on it. I try to go around, but there's no good way to go around. See the bridge they built in LA and all the copper wire was stolen off the really see my brother was a pastor in his church, a small church in kind of a bad section of Wichita. And they had an air conditioning unit outside and they came in one morning and it was all broken and some thieves had gone in there and stolen all the copper out of it. I don't know what to think. No, if we start straying too far into politics, what happens is then the argument starts, and people are going to argue, and nobody's going to change their mind, so the argument just escalates. And I don't want an argument here. That's all. Uh, sold off the government. How much would each party move? Yeah. So anyway, my brother came to on a Sunday morning for this small church. All four people there. I don't know how he operated that thing, but he was yeah, he's a true believer. He teaches what he wants to teach. Pretty good sermons. And yeah, they come in and all the copper's gone out of the air conditioner because a bunch of thieves took it. I can't even imagine somebody stealing from the church. A bunch of just that's bad. Yeah, it's a dirt poor church. They don't have any money to replace that. Well, Yeah, right. This is not the forum for it. If you want to talk politics, there's plenty of forums for that. Go there. So we just had a trade war a few years ago. Got so bad they even stopped buying our politicians for a while.
Wait, wait, who said that? Tavo.
Tim says I really hate arguing about wheelbases.
That's right.
No, just in here we're like talk about this stuff. And when you want to talk about politics, there's plenty of places to go to do that. There's plenty. And
Yeah, talk about cars.
it can make your head hurt.
Somebody talk about cars, or I'm ending the stream.
Let's talk about cars sending the stream. Kim, why is your Dakota falling off? Or no, it's the Dodge. Your Dodge is falling off.
So,
It's old. What are you working on? You're down there on the floor sanding on something.
I'm glad you asked. I'm working on the distributors.
Straightforward lives in California. You can bet if he needs to.
This and this are different.
You and I only have our memories.
See how they're different? I had to interchange.
Oh,
Shift.
these are different. Okay, Kim says these are different. Obviously, one of them's much larger than the other one, and she's trying to make something.
No, one's offset of center.
Oh, this one's in center. And this one's offset from center. Yeah, no more.
And one's a Dodge.
No more wheelbase discussions. There's plenty of other forums so you can do that. Yeah, go to John Williams.
Yeah, I heard they can talk about wheelbase only.
Junkyard D says, I think Biden believes in 111-inch four-door cams.
Yes. See, Junkyard D,
Gonna keep it all good.
I can take a joke. I just don't want to.
If those numbers mean anything to me anyway. Oh, God. Someone stole 4 inches off of Tavo's. Oh. I'm not even gonna guess what that is.
Off his wiener.
Jeez.
Wiener base. All your wheelbase are belong to.
You stop videoing. Dean, half my hair is gone. Now it grows on my back. Oh man, isn't it weird when you get older? Like I got all this hair that grows out of my ears. Although I got plenty of hair. It's back a little bit here, but it's my hair grows fast. My brother's a year younger than me, and he's been doing a comb over for bald head since he was in high school. And he doesn't have any, just like some tiny bit of hair. I'm lucky. I got the hair. But mine's gray. Mine turned gray when I was like in my 40s. Now my father, he had hair all the way up till he died when he's 90, and he had a little bit of gray, but a lot of black hair still. It was amazing. So I don't know. Now my grandfather on my mother's side of the family had no hair. He had a little wispy hair along here, and I guess my brother inherited that. At least I got hair. Well, that means I have to go to the barber or have Kim cut it. Oh, it has a 12 inch. So are you going to cut my hair again? Or I really want to go to the barber because I don't want to ask you because that's not your job. But I, after I get paid next week, I may go to the barber right away. I got a pretty good barber here. Took me a while to find a good one, but found a good barber. We need some recipes for that rabbit. Yeah, no kidding. What do if I put it in a crock pot? I don't know. I guess I got to cut it up. It's all frozen. It's a big long thing, all frozen wrap. I don't know. I guess I'll thaw it out, unwrap it, and see if there's any guts in it. Take those out if they're there. If not, I don't know what we'll do. Put it on the grill with some, I don't know. She cooks chicken with some kind of stuff on it, puts it on the grill, and it's always so good. She gets it just right. Engines for the go to 2.2. Oh no, 150 cubic inch AMC4. Wasn't that a 151 cubic inch and a Iron Duke that was in the AMC? Or did you guys get a different four cylinder? What the heck? I don't know.
You know what it is?
Okay, you're putting stuff together. That's the one that's not offset. Grill it. Tim says grill it. Section it up and cook it like chicken. Yeah, that's kind of what I thought. But the pieces will be smaller. So they'll cook fast unless we have a fire really low. I don't argue with Wikipedia. No, you know what? I use Wikipedia a lot, but they have one of the things I like about Wikipedia is down at the bottom. There's all the references, so you can go and see how accurate the references are. But some things they get right. The company I work for that built the airplanes, somebody wrote that article. It's all just fiction. I read it and I go, I need to go in there and correct it. And as I read it, I go, the whole thing is wrong. Somebody just pulled it out of their ass and wrote it. So I don't know. How do you even fix that? Now it's on the internet. It must be right. It's really wrong. Comb overs. Now that reminds me of someone. We cannot my finger out. Smoked rabbit is really tasty. You know, that's what I should do is take it. We'll go over to Matt's and I'll go, hey, put this in your smoker. Yeah, what time is it? Oh, it's too late to call Matt. Too late to call my son. Hang outside the barber's pole. They still have barber's poles. You know the history of barber's pole? You're talking about the thing that goes around like this? You know where the barber's pole come from, the red thing that goes around? Because the barbers used to do bloodletting. Somebody's sick, you went into the barber and they let blood out to let the sickness out. That's crazy. Oh, that was medical science at the time. Drain the sickness out. What's really sad here is we have such good medical research and such good medical stuff, but trying to access it is just it is just extremely difficult. I was just talking to my son, and it's pouring rain where he is, so I expect he is headed this way. Where is he? Is he in Mexico? Is he going to school in Mexico or in the U.S.? What if the rabbit has a severe virus disease of rabbits that's caused by pox virus? What then, JYD? No, don't cook shit out of it. Barber was also the dentist in many places. Man, that wouldn't that be scary?
That's bad.
Yeah, and sometimes the
Fight me. Why is this fighting me?
distributor's fighting her.
Tell it to stop.
She's having a fight with the distributor.
And the distributor won.
Are you gonna start hammering? What you hammering? It's 2 hours there. He's in Mexico. Keeps his head down, so he should be okay. Culia, Culiacan? Culiacan? I don't know how to pronounce that. Oh, is that a place that's got the? Oh no, that the place I went was the ta 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 place. What was the name of that Mexican? There's a place I used to go to buy uh medicine in Mexico. And he said he wouldn't go there. Mexican Strike, I wouldn't go there. They call it, the name of the place starts with a T. And he goes, they call it ta because of the automatic weapons that the bad guys have. Myxomatosis isn't dangerous to humans, but it hurts the rabbit's flavor. Oh, okay, kids, it's time for bed. Dugster's gonna go to bed. Bye, everyone. Have a good night, Dugster. Oh, I don't know if I'm pronouncing it. Fluyacan is where the Sinaloa cartel is based. distributor on the shopping list that just swapped me. Tom, I don't know how to pronounce that either properly. Maus, jeez, that place. Tomorrow, yeah. But that city that I go in is all Americans and Canadians going in there, and they don't want to disrupt that. A lot of money coming into that town. Even today, it takes more training to become a barber than it does to become a police officer. Yeah, when I was in the Air Force, they told us, that the barbers can be licensed in any state. And I remember one of my sergeants when I was first in the Air Force, he says, to get to be a barber in the Air Force barber shops, you just need a license from any state. Some states you need like 2,000 hours of barber school, and other states you need to know how to hold the scissors. And yeah, it's probably about how it was. But yeah, four of them, tamal, plus, whatever it is. I have a list. You got it, Dean. Yeah, the cartel still controls it, and they're the worst cartel in the control. I went in there. It felt so much like, oh, I don't have that hat on tonight. The what's the name of it? I can't think of the name of town I go in. Algodones. It just had the same feel as Algodones. It was a small town, and it's just all catered to uh, Americans and Canadians. They had, like pharmacies, several of them on any street. They had more dentists than you could count, eyeglasses places, bars. Barber's license is different than a cosmetology license. Yes, it is. Yeah, Algodones. Algodones, I don't know. I'm comfortable there. Barber, what is that? I just hit mine with a number two comb on electric clippers once a month. I've got electric clippers, and I've cut my own hair. It's okay. Tim's cut my hair before. Yeah, Algodones. It's because there's cotton growing everywhere. And on the U.S. side in Yuma, it's like the cotton capital of the world. Yet Algodones, there's probably cotton growing right outside town. I never leave the city when I'm there. City, it's a small town. Uh, Algodones is all right. That other city, which is uh, what is it? The one that's over there on the other side that I go to, Nuevo. I can't think of it right now. It was I don't know. I felt comfortable there, but maybe I shouldn't have. They probably control the businesses, and I just don't know it. They're not going to mess with Americans and Canadians that come down there spending money in all those places. That's their source of income, I would think. Can't just hire what you call them mates, lock them off. Like what Steven from The Office did to Queen Elizabeth. I don't know. I get the same cut at my barber. So $50. What's $50? $50. Since the pandemic, my wife cuts my hair. The price is right. Yeah, during that, I was working in a military situation, had to keep myself trimmed up nicely, and I was up in Maryland, just trying to find somebody to cut hair because everybody had to masks on, the barbers had masks on. They just closed up. You had to make an appointment. Like there's one person in there, and it was just terrible. And that's when I bought the second set of clippers I have because my clippers were here in Tennessee. So I bought a pair of clippers at Dollar General for $11, which was less than the haircut price. And I stood in front of a mirror and I just cut my hair and I wore my hat. So the part that didn't look so good was in the hat. It worked. Or you asked me to take a budget cut. Foreign, but foreign. Oh. Kim, you having any luck with that thing?
Yeah,
She comes over and sands, goes over hammers, come back sands, goes over hammers. I feel like she's cutting and fitting, but I'm not sure. You're not talking. Concentrating on what you're doing.
got it.
It is $11, General. Oh, I see. Kim installed that gizmo drive thing with
Instead of
fans
this one.
instead of that one.
Because this one, see how it's off center?
Oh, it's for a
And then
Volkswagen.
this
This
one
is for a
is.
Chrysler. Okay, you got it.
Yeah, well.
$11 General. False advertising. Yeah, our Dollar General things went up. Dollar General though is we have a lot of stuff. You know what I really like? Toilet paper is still a dollar at Dollar General. So I only need $1 to take a dump. I only need $1 if I need toilet paper. I think that's pretty good. Uh, and you get 4 rolls. You used to get 6 rolls, but that doesn't matter. You still only need the dollar. But there's a lot of stuff in Dollar General here that's $2 or $3. The one that what's the one that everything was a dollar, Kim? What was the store that everything was dollar? They don't have a
Dollar Tree or something?
Dollar Tree. Yeah, we don't have a Dollar Tree out near here, but there's Dollar Trees around, and they finally had to raise stuff up above $1, which I think is pretty funny because it's well, you all probably know what Motel 6 is. When I was a kid, Motel 6 was because it was $6 a night, which was a little on the low side then, and they were all brand new motels, and they were nice and they were clean and they were only $6. And now it's the same buildings. They're pretty nasty. A few of them have been redone, and they're a lot more than $6 a night. Yeah, 99-cent store. Well, I remember when I was a kid, we had Woolworths, and my father called it the five and dime because everything originally in Woolworths was a nickel or a dime, and of course that went way up. In Woolworths, it's not like it's Woolworths. I think they're long gone. Now it's $1.25 tree. Yeah, it could be. I don't know. We got a Dollar General very close to here. I could walk there if I felt like it, but I don't. I drive. And if that's the only place we go, they have vegetables, they have fresh vegetables, they have meat, they have uh just about anything you want, and then they have all the other stuff like laundry detergent, soaps, and all kinds of little gizmos you don't need, but they have everything. Hmm. What is this? Stray bullet. It's a lot more than $1. And then the hookers found out about the hookers. You know, that reminds me of something. There's a road that goes from Tucumcari, New Mexico, up into Kansas, and it terminates somewhere up near Wichita, and it's Highway 54, old U.S. Highway 54, mostly two lanes, although there's some passing lanes now. But the name of that road is the Yellow Brick Road because that's where the road that supposedly the road that uh, what's her name in the Wizard of Oz? What's her name, Kim?
Dorothy.
Dorothy. That's the Dorothy and the Wizard of Oz road. So it was the Yellow Brick Road. So you go up the Yellow Brick Road, and uh, there's a small town along there that has a truck stop with showers. So if I'm on my way to my brother's, I used to stop there and get a shower. But the name of the town is Hooker, which I always thought was kind of funny. The name of the town is Hooker. I don't know why. Remind me of the old John English song, Hollywood Seven. It's $7 a night. Hollywood Seven, $7 a night. And two, I could get my stash. Okay, he's like something from a song. Kim's looking for something. She's searching around at materials. Something fell down over here, Kim. What is this? Oh, this is some kind of a wrench. This fell. This end is a wrench. This end has a hole for a thing. Some
That's
people
a
have all
spark
the
plug
love.
wrench for a chainsaw.
It's a spark plug wrench for my chainsaw.
A chainsaw.
A chainsaw, maybe not for my
There it is.
chainsaw. Okay.
I need
You need, what do you need?
a washer, right?
Get a
Yep.
Canadian coin.
Okay.
Okay, so what kind of washer you need? Sorry.
It needs to be about this big around on the outer side, and it needs to fit over this.
Did you look in that big tub over there?
What's up?
That
Yeah.
that one that we put all the miscellaneous old washers and stuff in? Check the second drawer down on the right side. There's a bunch of stuff in there. Like that big washer's in the back on a bolt. Too small. I have to hone it out.
I'm thinking that we need to use a hole saw.
Ooh, a hole saw. Now we're talking. What, like on a big sheet and then cut it out around the outside? Because a big hole saw, you can tie it, or a big sheet, you can tie it down and then hole saw it out.
Okay.
What can it be made out of? Can you make it out of aluminum?
Yeah.
Okay, we have some aluminum that's, how thick does it need to be? Not very thick.
Steam.
Maybe you need to, oh, I'm yawning. Maybe you need to take a rest for a few minutes. Piece of property off Hooker Creek Road. Really? I was named after an army general or something like, oh, see, that's possible. And that area there could have been in, I don't know if Hooker's in Kansas or if it's in Oklahoma. I think it's in Kansas. It's on Highway 54 going into Kansas from New Mexico. That little goes from New Mexico to the little corner of Texas through that panhandle of Oklahoma and into Kansas. And it's the Yellow Brick Road. Goes up into Liberal, Kansas. I got stuck in Liberal, Kansas one time. I need spark plugs for my airplane. And the guy there tosses me some keys to a Chevy, it's a Suburban. Tosses me the keys to a Chevy Suburban. He goes, take that Suburban, gives me directions to go down to, there's a Honda shop. He goes, I think they have those. I went down there, they had them. NGK plugs. Throw back, thank you, sir. Gave him his keys back. I mean, that's pretty good service. Just hand you a vehicle. Let's see, Applebee's. So what do we, you need a wash. You need me to get off my dead ass and washerize something.
What I need is
I
I need
said,
it.
how thick does it need to be?
Doesn't matter. I need it to be. There's a clamp that holds the distributor down so it
Okay.
doesn't rotate.
Yeah.
Okay, so it doesn't even need to be perfectly round or anything like
You
that.
need the clamp, or you need to make the clamp, or you
Got
need
a
to.
clamp. The clamp is here somewhere. I just was looking at it. Right? What I was going to do is going to use this hose clamp to hold. Say this was the washer, right?
Okay.
I was going to put tabs on it so it would be under this hose clamp so I could clamp it with that hose clamp and then I could put the thing on there and rotate it. So it could be in two halves and it could just have tabs bent out of the center up.
Well, this sounds like a complicated part.
The center doesn't even have to be round. It just has to have tabs so I can clamp it down so it doesn't spin on this. You know?
She's got a part designed in her head.
Why don't I make it out of cardboard so you can see what I need?
Yeah, we got all the cereal boxes.
Cardboard.
I got lots of aluminum, although 40,000 might not be enough. 063 might be. I think we have some 063 around here.
That need to be real strong.
063 is 16th, it's okay. What did I miss here?
Where's our cardboard boxes? Said there's a lot of it.
Well, I think a lot of them are in the kitchen, but there's probably some here. I just, when I was talking about it, I
Oh,
saw,
there's Kix box.
yeah, I saw a Kixbox somewhere. Kixbox. Kix. Remember that cereal? We got a Kixbox.
Kids tested, mother approved.
Kids tested, mother approved cereal. But we're going to make parts out. We'll leave the light on for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was Tom Bo. This is Tom Bodette
Yeah.
from Tom Bodette to Motel 6. And we'll leave the light on for you.
You're gonna like it.
I
Wrong.
stayed in a Motel 6 years or so ago in, where was I in Oregon? Uh, Pendleton, Oregon. And there was a British woman there who ran that place, like she's like an army sergeant. And that place was all redone. The employees were snapped to help you with whatever you need. Place was clean, fastest internet I've ever seen in any hotel, even the fancy, expensive hotels. And I would recommend that place in a second. The only thing, the downside of it is the rooms are kind of small because it's a Motel 6. But man, it was that place. I'd recommend that in a second. I gave them a real good recommendation on Google. But the last Motel 6 before that was in Santa Maria, California, and it was bad. It was like a roach motel. I went in there, it was a winter time. It was a cold, cold winter day, night, and I stopped and I slept there. But when I got there, I went in the room and it's freezing cold in there and the heat didn't work. So I went back to the office and the guy in the office says, he goes, well, just stand on a chair. And he tells me where there's a ceiling tile to push up. And he goes, there's a valve up in there and open it up. And I go, no, it's not. It was a desk chair on wheels. No, I'm not standing on a desk chair and opening that up. I said, you come down the room and turn my heat on. And he was a little annoyed with me, but he went down there and turned it on. Then I had heat, but man, and it was a sketchy place.
No.
Sketchy place.
He said no.
Oh, I went in the shower in the morning. There's a wet washcloth hanging over where in the on the shower curtain. I go, "What? Did they even clean this shower? There's a wet washcloth hanging there from the last guy. All you need in a Motel 6 is a bed. I suppose it means a bed and a bathroom. Yeah, but it's got to be livable. The Motel 6 in Pendleton, Oregon it was, it was, it was as good as it gets for a small room motel. Didn't smell bad. Didn't smell like old cigarettes or anything. It's pretty good. They had like the old motels. They had a pool out there, and there was a couple of times I'd come home in the evening and their families out there and their kids swimming in the pool. Pretty good. And then they'd be in there for a little bit and go back to their rooms. Man, this is the way it was when I was a kid. My parents said, "Let us go in a pool after if we were in a motel." Not that we stayed places like that very often. But the other guy who talks about for Motel 6 is, yeah, Tom Bodette. He lives in Middle Alaska. This is what you need. This is what she needs. And this has a slot cut in it like this. Don't
It's
know
allowed. It could have a slot.
Okay, and it has these pieces that go up underneath the clamp.
Could you just copy it out of aluminum? Just cut it. Just
You want me
like
to
that?
manufacture this? You're gonna have to sit here and be the entertainer.
Okay. Let me see. I gotta do something. It's a little bit big.
I'm gonna say your distributor there. It's a little bit big.
I haven't been paying attention to the chat. I don't know
Well,
what
you're
to
gonna
see.
have to. We're talking about Motel 6 and good places and bad places. Valve, what was it? Steam. You know what it was? It was some kind of hot water. but I think it went into a thing that had a fan behind it. I think it was a little radiator like thing. Oh, it warmed right as soon as he opened that valve, it warmed right up. But I just like, no, I'm not standing on a desk chair and taking the ceiling apart. And kid wants one of these. See this? It's like flower. Maybe one of these grew out in the yard.
Well, let's see.
Don't we have like a
See if you
aluminum
can find.
aluminum tree?
See if you can find. So I'd be okay with that too. We have an aluminum one.
You gotta stay there with one. Shut up.
I'm taking care of the chat.
Oh, it's aluminum there.
Okay, Allum's here. Stray Bullets here. Tim's here. Mexican Spec is still here. I guess it's not as late as it was last night. Oh, it's 12:30. How's it going, everybody? Well, my baby back, baby back, baby back, baby, baby back, baby back. Steam is good heat when it's working properly. My father was in Antarctica in the Navy.
Here's a sad story.
I'm not telling the story. I think it's 69 or something like that. He was in the Navy in Antarctica. I have pictures of him on the south at the South Pole or wherever. Oh, it's not that late out there yet.
So what time is it at South Pole? What time zone are they?
We can't testify in court that you did any work tonight. We heard none of it. That's right. You didn't hear a thing. We got that truck in here. I couldn't do it by myself. I tried. It was botany. See, I'm making a points distributor for it because that's a new stock points distributor for a Volkswagen with mechanical advance. And see, this uh, is the design that was in that truck originally. And see, there's no mechanical advance, and there's a pickup that goes right here, but I don't have a pickup.
The pickup for the pickup.
And then I made a little pickup, and it still didn't work. And it turns out the HEI unit that I was using, we tried to use it on the Valiant, realized that all the HEI units we were using were garbage. We're all, and I had wired it wrong. I didn't know what I was doing. So this truck just sat and sat and sat because I didn't know what I was ever going to do with it. The shower was giving him an electric shock when he turned it on.
Where was that?
It's a different day at the South Pole. No, it's always the same day at the South Pole. What?
Here we go.
The stock control fence. Oh, wow. He was getting the fence. You would think it would ground itself long before it would ever come through the water. That's wild. How do you know if it never gets dark or light? Isn't it like dark 6 months out of the year and light the other six? I don't know. Bean, that's strange. Kim is good at fabricating. Could you convert that Ranger to steam? Yes. Yes, we could. Uncle Tony will be glad to see us using points. That's right, Dean. Some people would pay extra for that. It's a real revival when you ditch the computer and use points. The thing of it is that the computer was borked. When I got the truck because it wouldn't run because something's wrong with the computer, and they had, they were trying to do something. It's a basket case. So, but I don't think there's anything wrong with it. I remember it cranked over and but it no spark. And since it was fuel injected, but then the carburetor that I tried to use on it, we couldn't get that to run on the Valiant either because there was something wrong with it. So I was just throwing bad parts after it. And it just wouldn't go, and I just had other things to do, so I parked it away. And I wanted to get now that it's in the shop where I'm not getting bit by mosquitoes. I want to work on. Well, I'm getting a headache. I did get this skid loader running good. It has not run that good and steady, consistent for a long time. So I'm real happy about that. It was good and powerful. It just pushed that right up in here. What do you guys think of us streaming every night? I don't know, we think we're bad Chad or something. DD Speed Shop putting out videos every day. Everybody got quiet. You guys just want to talk to him.
What happened? Alcohol free?
They only want to talk to you. They don't like me that much. They just want to see me work. They don't want to see me. They don't want to talk to me about nothing. Well, there isn't much to go wrong with a Honda. Well, that motor is a good replacement motor. Yeah. That motor only had a couple years of running on it. I think by the time they got that motor on it, I think the hydraulics were giving them so much problems that they didn't get to use the machine very much. You're probably right, Mexican Spac. I should know better. You know how we do it? We don't do anything else. Like this is the only thing we really do. Although I was out today when it was daylight, getting getting the machine and the truck all arranged. I pulled the Dart out of here, and it's exhausting. Yeah, he's really good though. He's good at talking to you guys. And as long as I'm not by myself, I like working in the garage. I don't like working alone. But
Oh, somebody took the whole size out of this spot.
you,
Woo-hoo.
I thought you were just gonna use snips. You were getting fancy.
I was gonna do one cut out of really nice, but the whole size are missing out of the box.
Oh
Where did
man,
they go?
I thought they were in there.
Put a couple of them, but
No, they were all in there not long ago. Tell Buff we had a lovely project manager, big guy, 300 pounds. What time do you guys get up in the morning? We don't. We don't get up till early afternoon. Or we get up in the morning and we do a little, and then we go back to bed. Because you gotta understand, I'm disabled. I have spinal problems. But we're up at night. We're only up at night. And I'm like, if we're only going to be up at night, that's when we have to make our content, or else we're never going to do anything with our channel. Nobody's going to take us seriously if we don't start making content. And he agrees. And I'm like, okay, well, we're going to do it. And then we just started now. And I did not plan to be making content every day, but, the weather is good for it. We've got the AC going. Well, I know you can't do that. Most people can't do what we're doing. Not because they're not able, they don't have the opportunity. And I'm like, we're blowing it. Like we've got the opportunity. We have to seize the day. Yeah. Sleep through the in-betweens. Yeah. Or work it through the in-betweens. That's what I've been doing. I have insomnia. I cannot sleep at night. I lie in bed till dawn. I don't know why. I just can't sleep. I do know why. I'm having issues that are unresolvable here in Tennessee.
Ow! Wow. Ouch. Hurt.
Careful over there.
Yeah. Slice myself with it. Gotta keep walking back in here. It's getting really hard to get back. Back.
You can push that stuff out of the way. Oh, siesta.
It's like this. It's like this. Something some fool hung up its wire brush to scratch the tag.
Did anybody see that short where he hung the wire brush on the wall? He left it there. Every time I go past there, I stab myself with a wire brush. He's a funny man.
I need a skinny screwdriver. Like that one. That's perfect.
Oh, nothing fits in it. That's true. I I have all the projects going at once, Lester. But we have more vehicles running than ever before. We have the green truck runs. We have the Valiant runs. We have the Dart runs. We have my van runs. We have the Jeep runs. We have his car runs. His van runs. The white truck runs. I wouldn't go anywhere with it. And several of them can't go anywhere. The things that don't run that should run are the Subaru, this, and then the
I need a pair of neat posts. Something like somebody left a big piece of steel down in the hole cell, so I'm trying to get it out.
no, you can fix that.
Yeah, now I just got to get the piece out of the hole saw. Her piece removed nothing made the patch.
Um, so the ones that don't run are the Lost Fire, the Spitfire,
Oh,
the
fire.
Ranger, the Blue Dodge, the Chrysler 300, the 300ZX, and we have 7 that don't run, and however many I counted that do run. I can't believe we have this many vehicles. That's pretty wild. But before too long here, we have to get rid of the vehicles that don't run. We can't just keep them forever. So I'm trying to process through the ones that don't run. And if I'm not going to be able to get them to run, I need to take off the most valuable parts and then just get rid of the rest because you just can't keep them forever. This is not a junkyard. And, if I got to push them down over the hill and hide them from the neighbors, then they get really hard because that's where the bugs are. So I won't be able to pull parts off of them. I'll have to drag them back up to the yard. I can't do that by myself. And he's not always available, and it's just like at some point it's just like just oh, I'm not depressed about it. It's overwhelming. Like I've definitely buried myself. Oh, because I didn't even count the Studebaker. Forgot about the Studebaker. But it's fun, you know. Kind of like working on the cars, motors, transmissions, and it is. That's a lot of batteries to keep charged, you know. And it's a lot of tires. Man, I got. I could just go and spend all day one day trying to pump up tires. I don't think I have more than Dan at DD Speed Shop. Maybe, but I don't think. I think he's got a bunch of cars and sea cans that you don't know about. You had over 100 cars at one time in his few storage yards. They don't count anymore. See, I mean, having 10 or 15 cars, it's become impractical. You know, I know that we're never going to get around to that many, right? The tires and the batteries. And then when the weather starts to turn and you got to make sure they all have cool or antifreeze in them. Junkyard D, we have a 93 uh Dodge 1500 or yeah, 1500 that the transfer case exploded and the cab rotted through from the bottom side. And but the engine and transmission is good, but the problem is that it's a four-wheel drive transfer case or four-wheel drive transmission. So I have a 727 uh transmission, but I don't have a torque converter for a 360 that goes to a 727. Dude, Baker is not a car. No, it's a car. What's he doing? I don't know what he's doing. I told him it doesn't have to be perfectly round. It was overwhelming. I'll bet Mexicans back. DD Speed Shop is he just goes and goes and goes, and he's got a day job on top of it. I don't know how he processes so many vehicles. Like he really will give you a false sense of like what a real human can do in a day. You know, because he is just. But you know, a little bit each day will get you far. That's definitely. You know, I am feeling a little bit. Um, I got a little bit of a headache coming on tonight. I'm not sure why. I'm not depressed though. Maybe, yeah. We've been pushing pretty hard. We've been pushing pretty hard, day and day and day and day. And man, I was jumping on and off the machine, chasing after this thing. It almost got away from me down the hill, and then the machine was stalling while I'm trying to pull. And I was mad at him because he wasn't helping me because he was doing other things. It's not his job to be following me around and be my helper, but more frustrated than depressed. It is a Magnum, yeah. But we have the tech, like I'm making points distributor for this truck. I can make an electronic distributor for the Magnum, so I don't have to run the Magnum computer. You have loved every minute of what? Of Dee's speed shop or of us working on stuff here? The other thing I've thought about doing with that Magnum is I have a white full-size Dodge pickup truck with a 5.2 in it, and that 5.2 that's in it has had low oil pressure issues, but it has a 46 RE, and I think the torque converter from this four-wheel drive transmission that goes into 360, I think it will go in the 46 RE transmission, and I think the engine computer will run. We're having a good time. This is what we want to be doing. Well, that's fine. You don't have to constantly uh comment. You're allowed to. We appreciate you having us on, coming around and checking on us. This is going slow because I wasn't really prepared like I should have been, but I wanted to get it out of the I wanted to get it in the garage out of the yard because now we can mow that part of the yard. Canuck accent. I know he's from Canada, but I don't know what Canuck means exactly. Sugar Canadian. Okay. It's nice.
Okay, I made this. How to make the slots right now. Got any ideas?
Yeah, just use clips.
Yeah, but that'll cut the circle in half.
I told you it's allowed to be cut in half.
But yeah, in one spot, but then how do you get all these others? Here. But,
You think you can do it?
oh, I'm asking you to do it because you seem to know what to do.
Okay.
But I mean, is that piece good enough? That's a piece 025, 25 thousandths thick.
Seems pretty good.
Yeah. What do we say?
That's right, Lester. When we can't we get up when we can, we do what we can, and then we and then we ask for help. I see a doctor, it helps sometimes. I have the pain, neurological issues, so I have to work through that. What converter do you need with that combo? Well, I think I need to use the torque converter that was with the 360 in the first place because the 360 is externally balanced engine and the torque converter has the weight on it and the flex plate. I don't know if it's drilled with the same as the 720. I can't use it with the 727 transmission. And I know they sell a conversion flex plate and a conversion torque converter, but I don't want to do those things. So basically, I have to find a two-wheel drive transmission, and I think the one that's in the white truck will work. The one that's in the white truck doesn't have second gear, and I don't know if it's an electrical problem or if it's a mechanical rebuild problem. So that's part of why I started learning how to rebuild transmissions. It's a lot. It's a lot. I'm learning. I mean, that's part of why we're doing this. I want to learn how to make this stuff work. I want to be able to do projects. I want to be able to build V8 engine transmission driveline combos so we can build custom cars on top of them. Oh, like a hockey puck. All right. I'll take your word for it.
Tools I use.
Thank you.
There.
Are you ready to come back and take care of it yet?
Yeah, I'm like 30 seconds.
I'll be right back. I'm just getting a marker.
Yeah, I don't know how you want to cut those slots. You sound like you had a plan. I mean, I could take a really sharp chisel and probably knock them into it, but then I might bend it and ruin it. So I don't know.
We're good.
Wipe all the crap off my hands. Look, let's see what do we got going here. Something up there going on in the U.S. I don't know. I gotta get. I'm got you guys on while kind of multitasking. You're kind of multitasking. You're working on one of your vehicles. This dude, he has a Quebec accent. Yep, a little bit. I listen to so many of these people, and being in the military, not that we heard a lot of Canadian accents, but being in the military, I heard like every kind of accent there was. And pretty soon, you just don't have trouble with it. I was in UK and I was like every place in the US except a couple of states. And of course, the people in the military are from all over the place. The only English speaking accent I've had trouble with are some people from South Africa. Man, it's different, but mostly not. Yeah, let's see. So what converter do you need with that combo that you're good
He was talking about the
talking about? Rhyming
360.
slang or shot cat. Use is a TIT. I don't know what he's saying Mexican. TIT in a jet engine's turbine inlet temperature, or it could be something else.
Okay.
So did they stop talking, or is this just or is this current?
I think they mentally they have to shift gears because you're back.
I'm back, so they got to shift gears.
Yeah.
12:55. Well, yeah, I mean it's current. It's 12:55, and the last timestamp's 12:54. Oh, now it says. Oh no, something's goofy here. Pablo's still here? Oh, that wasn't for me. Okay. Oh, I gotta get a cough drop in. I started coughing over there, and I was like, oh yeah, I gotta get a cough drop. But then my hands are all filthy. I don't know, Kim. Is that piece? It's a little bit big around because the whole saw I found was slightly bigger.
I noticed it was a little big around.
It's just because that was the whole saw that was available.
I don't think it's going to hurt anything.
The Australians can be difficult to understand. The only thing is that they use some different
I don't
slang, and
listen to the crocodile hunter. I don't know how they talk.
they're just a little different slang sometimes. I worked with some guys from Australia out at the test site. One of them we really wanted to hire him full time, but he had something else he's doing in Australia. So sadly, we lost him. He's up there for a project for a while. Good guy. Cut that. You cut it. Okay. What'd you do? Like dive in there with some tin snips? Yep. Dove in with the aviation snips. Maybe we should have drilled holes. I didn't even think of that because then it's right now that could crack right where you're bending.
It's all right. Let's see. Proof of concept. Let's see if we can get it to work.
Proof of concept. I don't want to do it twice. Absolutely. With South African accents. My natural dad is now fully a South African in accent. Working healthcare with Namibians and Zimbabweans, East Africans. So darn funny. I had a dealer, one of our aircraft dealers was South Africa, and he had a customer that I got to know the guy, but he was his first language was Afrikaans, so he was man, he was difficult to understand, but we were okay. Super nice guy. People with thick Texan accent can be challenging. Texas is strange because Texas is like 900 miles wide, so the accent over by New Mexico, completely different accent than where they are over near Louisiana. And of course, the Texan accent most people hear is probably like from Dallas and Fort Worth area. So I just have a joyfully Irish ringing intonation that I just thought, huh. Went to Scotland a few years ago. I was amazed at how hard it was to understand something. And I went on a tour through a big cathedral, and the guy that was the tour guide kind of laughed. He says, "You know, I guess you can all understand that I didn't that I'm not English." He goes, because I have this Scottish accent. Well, I didn't I didn't notice that because the whole thing was so strange to me. Dad speaks Afrikaans all the time. Get me started about the Scottish. Well, one of the guys, he's a British Army officer that I worked with, and he was from probably grew up in London, and his girlfriend was from why can't I think of the name? Jeez, it's a country right next to England. I'm such a dumbass, I can't remember.
Red.
Anyway, huh?
Red.
What?
Jim?
Yeah, that's pretty funny too. So now I gotta educate myself here. Across the pond, Wales. Why couldn't I think of Wales? So in Wales, the Welsh, the British like make fun of them. It's like one of these ethnic things, And so so they were his girlfriend's from Wales. So people give him a little crap about that. Man, they're all guessing all the countries that are next to the UK, next to England. Yeah, they're all about right about there, aren't they? I'm tired of looking for cars. Yeah, Shetland Island, there you go. Isle of Man, all those places. So uh So next spec, what do you want to do? Start selling lawnmowers. No, don't do that. Get this fine ride-on lawnmower from 1967. Oh, my throat's starting to feel better. This cough drop really made a difference. My throat is so dry. I thought English is a first language need. Well, sheep. Yeah, yeah, I don't eat. Ram charges on Facebook. I think you look for a lot of Ram chargers. I think you look for a lot of those conversion I don't know if they're conversion or if they make them in Mexico, but I think they're conversions. The pickups that have been made into like Suburbans, but they're Fords. Those are pretty cool. You have a 67 more? No, that's to expect. What year's my mower?
Not that old.
Yeah, it's like a 2014 or 15. It's probably 10 years old now. Kim just
Ow!
dropped it.
Ow! Wow!
Poked a hole in your hand with that sheep.
Five holes in my fucking hand. Ow! 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 God damn!
Yeah, the carryalls. Carryalls. Yeah, although a carryall was actually a brand name of International. But yeah, I guess people call it carryalls. Yeah, his family's from Wales. Came over here in the late 1600s. He drove around there looking at old castles. Yeah, I bet that was fun. I went down to the very Devon, not the lower western peninsula in England, and I was kind of into Russian cars. There was a guy there that was kind of the online Russian car guy, and I went and met up with him, and yeah, we kind of had a good time one day. But it was kind of fun being down there and just having a day off. We're gonna fix the mower. Oh, Kim pulled the mower deck down and put new blades on it, put a spindle on it, had it all back together before I got up here, and then put the mower deck on. We didn't video any of it. Can you believe that? That mower is so quiet now. It cuts so nice. That those blades must have been all bent to hell, and one spindle was bent, and it is like tearing the lawn up. Because I'd hit some rocks and some steel and a wheel chock and some other things. Or Chevys and Dodges car too. Steve, what do you have, Ford? Are you okay? Oh, she's hurt. Too bad you hurt your finger. Can we see it? She has come up to the house sometimes so bloody. What is it? Where is it? Where is it? You taping it up with painter's tape? That's to keep the blood from leaking out? One distributor can make a lot of damage. Yeah, we could have done a live on fixing the mower, but it was just, I don't know. She just came up here and got it done in a hurry, and I didn't even know she was doing it.
I was trying to get through some of the more mundane tasks.
Mundane. That would have been fun because a lot of people don't know how to do that.
I didn't think of it that way, but you're probably right. It would have been a
Actually, I thought we talked about doing that. You wear a 3N tape on wounds. Why is that? Holds the blood in.
yeah. I want to blood and no take everywhere.
I used to keep a first aid kit in the shop.
Yeah.
You know, I've been wanting to buy a good first aid kit, hanging it in here on a wall, but they are freaking expensive. So we ought to make up our own, just have some bandages and some electrical tape.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, I've had to tear duct tape and paper towels to hold. What's 406? Is that CA? CA works great. I have stopped a lot of bleeding with CA. Or I like rip a fingernail down the middle and blood like hell. Try to get to stop bleeding, put some CA on the fingernail, sand it off, then put some clear fingernail polish on it because the water will, I don't know, the CA dissolves after a while. But that fingernail will grow out just fine, all in one piece again. Tape acetate sometimes doesn't help. But super glue yeah, super glue's great. That's CA. I have thin, medium, and thick CA around here. Got to be a little careful with the thin because it'll go under. It'll go underneath things. Painter's tape is good in a pinch, though. Yep, she just used it.
You want to bleed on me?
It's the OEM 10th. What it was supposed to do. Yeah, I mean, it was super glue, wasn't that World War II era? Patching people up? Maybe it was Korean. Maybe it was Korean War. I was thinking it was. I had the heart operation. They closed me up with staples and super glue. Super glue gets on flesh. It cures instantly, and eventually it dissipates. Vietnam glue. Yeah, I know it was around before Vietnam, but yeah, they used it there too. Oh, Kim, that cough drop's gone already. Man, it's my throat better. Okay, what'd you do? Hey, it's the same thing, but it's not cardboard. Is the diameter too large, or is it okay? There's a rough spot. Oh, there's a couple of rough spots. There's a rough spot where you cut it, of course. But I deburred it, but I noticed I left a spot. I accidentally left a spot. Okay, does everybody see this? I cut that out with a hole saw. She made the tabs. The tabs are underneath that clamp, and it's a little bit, it's a little bit, a little bit like this.
Don't be guys.
It's a little bit like this.
Well, yeah, but the
Okay,
clamp will.
okay. As long as you know.
See, look, the clamp.
Yeah, let's see what the clamp looks. Oh, but that's upside down. It goes like this. Oh, ooh, I don't want to drop that. Oh, fat. It's nice. Okay, so we've got this. That's a piece of. If anybody cares about aluminum alloys, it's 2024 T3, and it's 25 thousandths thick.
So brittle.
You also want to use medical super glue for that. Oh, I just use CA from the hobby shop. Like Rolf Harris. Rolf Harris? Who's Rolf Harris? Harris. Who was the guy that's Rolf something? He was like, let's show my age. There's a song called Tie Me Kangaroo Down Sport, Australian, back in the 60s. What was that guy's name? I bet Dean Stevenson just pops right up there. I bet you don't even know what I'm talking about. A song from Australia called Tie Me Kangaroo Down Sport, but it was from the 60s. So that's why I say canceled comedian. Oh, okay. Oh, same thing, same guy? Harris. Same guy? I know his name was Rolf. Rolf something. Huh. I just remember that song from when I was a little kid. 60s. Probably about 1962 or 3, something like that. That was a long time ago, Jim. That's 60 years ago. Went to jail for being a little more Jimmy Savile. I don't know who Jimmy Savile is. All right, something he did something. Somebody had to say it. Cut it smaller. You want the file to deburr that? It's got some like shards sticking out. Waylon Burger comes in here way late with Rolf Harris. Jimmy Savile was a famous British TV personality that had bad desires. Okay, he's British. I don't know who any of these people are. Other than Rolf Harris, I remember the song, but God, that was 60 years ago. Man, yeah, before my time. Yeah, it was way before your time. It was like 1962 or something. And that song was all wasn't known until after his death. Yeah, they can't decide when he died, Clyde. That's it hanging in the shed. Yeah, that's the song. Remember it well. It's 62. I was 8 years old. That's about when I was. I could have been eight then. Kim, what you doing? Why does Kim have a blue thumb? You missed that. It just happened. She cut herself with a piece of sheet metal while she's making a fart, and it was leaking. So she put blue painter's tape around it. So now it's not leaking.
Ain't got time to bleed.
But I suppose when we get home, we'll be taking that off over the sink with some nice hot soapy water. Alcohol, real Band-Aids. Most of what we did when we were younger is what Kim learned in history class. What is that noise? Uh, yeah, when she was in school, they were still teaching a little bit of history. Don't say that to him. Hey, street bullet. He's youngster. Something's bothering him. Mhm. Kim's over there filing on something. I don't know if you can hear the noise. I mean, she's filing on the hold down clamp. What year is this? Kim, what year is it Dakota? She said, I don't know. She doesn't remember. She's had it like 2 years.
I never started the whole time I owned it. Let's see. Should say.
What? What are you talking about, Dean?
Here it is. Door cell. Date of manufacture. Shoot.
They're guessing 1988, 1987, late 90s.
It's a 7 or 8, I think. But I'm
87 or 88?
yeah.
You didn't see the date of manufacture?
It's illegible.
It's illegible. 1991 if it's a Magnum. What is it, Kim?
It's not a Magnum. It's a K car motor.
It's a K car motor. It's a 4-cylinder. A couple months ago we went down a town that's like hour, maybe 45 minutes south of here, and these people had a Ford. What was that thing? You were going to buy the engine out. It had a.
Oh shoot! It was a Ford Ranger.
It was a Ford Ranger. Oh yeah, it's a V6. The right year, everything. Okay, let's go get it. Hook up the trailer. We go down there. Open up the hood. It's got a Pinto engine. It's a 4-cylinder.
4-cylinder.
People don't know the difference between a 4-cylinder and a V6. We went all the way down there for that.
Heck. Wait, I asked. It was the only question I asked.
Yeah, it's a V6.
10th digit of the VIN. Was that the last digit?
We're looking.
A.
What is it?
10th digit is K.
Tay.
K as in
Okay. Like,
car. K. Well, I don't know if anything that has to.
don't know anything that begins with K, like ketchup?
Yeah. I'm catching.
She says it's K. Kilo. If you're in an airplane, 6758 kilo. I haven't flown an airplane with a K. Probably. Mexican spec says it's an 89.
Yep. Thank you, Mexican spec.
K is 89. Mike N says K is Kim. 10th digit says it's Kim's. receives a tenth any powers that are not specifically given to the federal government or withheld from the states are reserved to those respective states or to the people at large. What do you argue?
Sounds constitutional.
This doesn't sound like New Zealand. You're working down inside the distributor now.
Yeah, this spring wasn't returning.
Oh,
I couldn't figure out why, and it's not adjusted properly. From the factory. What dummies?
who said K? Like Spanish? What? K?
Did
Oh,
Mexican
Dean Stevens said that twice. K?
did Mexican spec decode it from the letter K? Was that his
Mexican
honest?
spec says 1989. I don't know if he decoded it from a chart somewhere, if he pulled it out of his head. Probably pretty smart. Wayland Burger, Kiwi. Oh, that's Kiwi, not K. That looks like Spanish. What? Some people legitimately don't know what they are too willing to spout out anything that remotely sounds like it. They became, might be some kind of engine, yeah. Okay, car. That car. Oh, he had it in his head. Mexican spec said he knew it. He had it in his head. He may have. He dealt with so many cars. That's like his era cars. Geez, I was working in Sharon, Pennsylvania. A guy there bought a Dakota. And it's the first one I looked at up close. And when was that? That was in 1993. And he goes, "Here, take it for a ride." So I took it for a ride. It was a pretty nice truck, brand new truck. H 1987, J 1988, K 1989. The 3 model years I was at the Chevy dealer. So those were used cars on the lot, Chrysler vehicles. Man, I can't believe you were at a Chevy dealer then. That was what I call it, good Corvettes. C4 Corvettes. What else was then that was good? I don't know. They had those silly Novas then. Those Novas that were Toyota design. That's okay, Mexican spec. Your trauma will dissipate. New cars on those. They were these are Chryslers. Oh, did all of them use the same did all the companies use the same codes for the years? See, that's how stupid I am. I don't even know this. Is code year? Oh yeah, somebody else is asking. Lester's asking the same thing. Is code universal across the makes? My 1991 Ford Escort and an M as the 10th digit. Okay for now. Okay now for that fear. You late fixes here. What kind of beer you drink? Needs Stevenson mentioned. We told you not to sell all those GNX powered Trans Ams. GNX? Yes, all the cars use the same codes for the years. See, I didn't know that. It's federal mandate. Federal mandate. So in the United States, they go, these are the letters you have to use, and then the whole world has to conform to that. Uh,
Sounds good.
sounds kind of arrogant. What are they going to do when they run out of alphabet? Go back to the beginning. It's like the Ford Model A. Start all over. Skipped over lead I. Yeah, I did that in part numbering when I was in the military. We were assigning part numbers to stuff. I skipped over I, and you can imagine why. Skipped over I and skipped over O. PBR, Pabst Blue Ribbon. God, I haven't had one of those in ages. Only if they want to be sold in the US. Yeah, but then they've got to kind of, what a mess that is going to be. Greek and Latin straight bullet. I think you're like testing stab yourself in the street. Are you being careful? IO. So now we have a yellow bumper for this truck. Have to repaint it. Oh, and then we have to straighten it. It's the wrong shape now. We made the bumper off this truck fit the Valiant. Then we got a
See, but
Valiant bumper.
if we just cut the seam and fold it onto the truck so it spreads, we could just tack it back and
Tag, yeah, we'll do it again.
it won't be.
It's like Kim's concentrate, probably concentrating. The only letters I'd issue. Dean says, I know. That's the only letters he'd issue. Just keep up the confusion. Kim, how late you gonna work? How long do you think we've been on here?
Yeah.
3.5. Just about. Real close. 3 hours and 24 minutes. I'm okay. I mean, it's. Yes, but what about a 2020 and 2040 model year? Man, how old am I gonna be in 2040? Ooh, I'll be man, I'll be getting up there. What, 86? Hope I make it. I don't know what I'll be doing. Kim will be pushing me around until I stumble. Get up there and make another short. When I'm 80, 86 years old.
Yep. Absolutely.
What's a short? Oh, that's something those kids did back in whenever the hell. I was watching the YouTube, their channel where they talk about YouTube and how to, help you and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And they now have uh short lives in the vertical mode. You can do a short live. It's like wow. Zimmer frame, Zimmer. It's like a Zimmer Quicksilver. Remember those cars? The Zimmer Quicksilver. The 29. So yeah, you should make it. I'm about the same age as the B-52. I think it's 2 years older than me. But that thing's supposed to be around long after I'm gone. Can't believe that airplane's gonna be around that long. Can you imagine going in the Air Force and you get assigned to fly a 100-year-old airplane? That's ridiculous. Exactly. Exactly what? Zimmer? I don't know what he's saying exactly too. Zimmer Quicksilver. Zimmer Quicksilver is a cool little car made on a Fiero frame. And then Zimmer made a bunch of other goofy cars too. They're supposed to look like old cars. The Quicksilver, I like the Quicksilver. Of course, I'm kind of a Fiero fan, but I've never had it. With intervention, anything can survive. Yeah, I mean, the amount of they're re-engineering the B-52 now. I just can't believe it. Yeah, Zimmer. Okay. What was the other Zimmer? It's Zimmer Quicksilver, the little Fiero-based thing. But there were those big Zimmers, that big long hood and headlights, fenders, and Zimmer something else. And there was another car like that called the Clenet. I knew a guy that bought a Clenet. He thought it was going to be worth a fortune. I like the Jesse Jackson Zimmer log splitter. I don't know anything about that. We'll have to see what they do going forward. More than that, I want to know what California will do at the end of the 9 series on the passenger plates. Oh yeah, that'll be kind of interesting. You know what they'll do? I thought about Mexican spec. They'll flip them over like they did last time. Not flip them over, reverse them. They'll they'll do the same thing they did at the when they went to the blue plates. Spotty cost too much to replace B-52s. I'm like, I don't know. Do we really need that thing? I guess. I don't know. Why would I don't know. It's just so strange that a military airplane that's that big and that they must pick that thing up on the radar 1,000 miles away, And but it's I guess it's still effective. I don't know. Something about 351 Windsor Clanet. Yeah, I think that car did have a Windsor in it. I'm not sure. Like you get personalized license plates. They're all ones and zeros. There was a red Corvette running around in Maryland where I lived, and it was all ones and I's. It was like one I, one I, one I, one I, like that. And I knew what he was doing. Nobody could read it. I just start mixing a letter here and there. And the commercial plates, they put the letter in the 6 digit, not at the end. Yeah, they put a one in front of the 6 digit. Okay, and then two and then three. I want to see what they are going to do now. I've been waiting for 44 years for this. You know what they'll do? They'll start over one day like they used to do back in the 50s and 60s. They started over the 56 plate went to 62, and then in 63 they got the black plate and it went to 70. Then they went to the blue plate, but they kept the numbering system going. It's crazy. They've done it. That numbering system started in 63. Just amazing. These students at low. It's off to work I go. Or IOIO after the period. Now I get it. Well, the plates were always still out there. They weren't legal anymore. The plates are just like here. The plates are still out there in Tennessee, but
This
they're not.
stamping right here on the
Yeah,
stamping, this little corner here,
there's a little burr there.
catching
Oh,
on the inside and locking the mechanism.
that's just like guns. They got little edges and stuff, and you got to clean all that up.
Hey,
6 digit plate started in 63. The 7 digits started in 1980. Yeah, but it's still the same numbering system. They just added a digit. But they could just start fresh with new 7 digit plates. And any of the plates that are already issued, not legal. You got one of those, it's like garbage. It's like running a 56 series plate. Can't do that. Or they won't have numbers on them at all. They'll just have QR codes on them. That's what they do. They just have QR codes on them. They're still legal in California. They're not going to make all old plates illegal to use the same series. That's what they used to do. I don't know. That's what every other state does. California is the only state that still has 1963 plates that are legal. I can't believe they've done it this long. Yeah, fine. Yeah, let's start using Greek letters. Cop can't read a QR code. I bet you they can't. I bet you there's something they reach out the window going, or something on their front bumper that just reads it. They can't do that anymore. What's that? They can't do what anymore? So Oregon still has old plates. What's the oldest Oregon plate that's still in circulation? Yeah, that's why I say the plate readers will read QR codes. So they won't even have plates. Just have a QR code stamped on the back of the car.
can't trust nothing in this baby.
I mean, everybody's phone will read a QR code.
Can't even get a
Have you
cheap Chinese made
have you seen the QR codes that are on my they're on something of mine around here.
plate. 36 good American dollars for this piece of garbage.
I'll pay it to non-Americans. Wow. A citizen has to be able to read the plate as well. Yeah, I mean, maybe they don't care about that. Who can't make people turn in their old? No, no, we know we don't turn in our old plates. You just can't put them on the car anymore. I have them, but if I put it on the car, police will be, whoop, you'll be right in on 'em. Can't put a green Tennessee plate on your car. They'll be, can't do that. They're all blue now. Yeah, you can, same here. There, you can use old plates, but they have to have the new stickers on them and they have to be, uh, yeah, it's a special registration. Yeah, that's what it is. YOM, year of manufactured plates in California. Yeah, you can do that here too, but you still have to have the current sticker. This plate here just needs to be, that's the year of the vehicle. Yeah, it'll be interesting. See what they go to. California's likely to do anything. They might go to eight. They might go to 8 digits. Squeezed in. You can't read them. California, they have some weird digits, but you don't read them. They have a heart, and they have what else they have. But that those things are not. They're not part of the number. They're like a dash. What else they have? They have a heart. They have something else. They're like a dash. Well, what do they do in Mexico when the year's up? They issue new plates. Did they make them? Did they make them turn the old plates in? I bet in California they try to do that, but when I was a kid, we didn't turn the plates in. You just took them off the car. Same thing here. Same thing in Ohio. Arizona, I know they used to make you turn them in, but they quit doing that. About 10 different styles of license plates in California. Yeah, I've seen some of them. They do the same kind of thing here. They have college and university license plates, and they have sports team license plates and farmers license plates. I think the Maryland farmers license plate's a pretty good looking plate. Uh, a lot of states made us change the plates every 3 years. We had to turn in the old plates. Wow. Even though we pay for the plates, they belong to the state. Yeah, here they quit making you turn them in. Even in California, I didn't have to turn them in anymore. Say that plate that belonged to the state. Yeah. Yeah, here. I have old plates that when they used to make you turn them into California, and I have them. It's like, I suppose there's some asshole cop somewhere that get pissed off and take it, turn it in, write me a ticket. Wow. If I recall, Georgia and Massachusetts want them back if you change. Yeah, maybe they do. I don't know. I know I have Georgia and Massachusetts plates in my collection, so they can't care too much. So the base plate is the one that goes out the most, and I'll buff wanted it. Yeah, well, thank you. It's pretty cool. And all I did was mention a live one night that I was collecting license plates, and I think it came up that I didn't have any Mexican license plates, and he sent me a couple of plates. Pretty cool. Well, New Jersey, you're supposed to turn them in. Yeah, I believe that. New Jersey, like a bunch of Gestapos. I'd like to get one of those farm license plates. Pre-registration. Really? You go online and look at the Maryland farm license plate. I think it's a good looking license plate. Bright color. But I couldn't get one when I was there. It's not a farmer. Lived in an apartment in a city. What are you farming? I don't know. I just want the license plate. In Massachusetts, they tend to stay with the car. See, that could be in California, they stayed with the car unless it was a personalized plate, which they call a what do they call it? An environmental plate. So if you have an ELP, environmental license plate, California, it stays with you or can stay with you, but the plates stay with the car. Every other state I've been in, they stay with the person. But I don't know about Massachusetts. I've never lived there. Farms exempt, man. They have some that are exempt here. Yeah, farm license plates. They have some license plates here that are exempt, but they're like people that have received the Medal of Honor and some military kind of stuff like that. But mostly they're not free. No, Arizona stays with the person. Arizona, I yeah, they stay with the person. You see cars in Arizona for sale on a lot. They don't have plates on them. I saved the state 10 tons of aluminum scrap every year. We have farm plates here. They're not free. Wait a burger, and I forgot where you are. Oops. She dropped something. Said a bad word. In the UK, they stay with the car. In the UK, you got to have your own license plates made. They don't. They issue the number, but you got to go to a place that makes them.
That's crazy.
That's really weird. And the ones in the back are yellow, and the ones in the front are white. I see a lot of Arizona cars from Arizona that have plates on them. Maybe it's people just forgot to unscrew them. I don't know. Yeah, when I sold my car in Arizona, off comes a plate. Guy that got my Corvette got a new plate. What could it cost to produce two plates? $3 maybe? Well, if you're making them in a prison, it probably doesn't cost anything. Well, I guess I got to pay for the sheet metal, the paint, or it's not paint anymore. It's a 3M sticker. Uh, man, I hired a guy in Pennsylvania who was right out of prison and worked with him a lot. And we got talking one night, and we got talking about license plates. And yeah, he used to make license plates. He told me all about the process and the paint, and they painted them with the reflective stuff. He knew the whole process. Pretty interesting. My state charges 2,500 pesos to get a set of new plates. They aren't even ours yet, like a fee. Yeah, California used to be like that, and Arizona used to be like that, but they don't get it. I could just drive around no license plate, except I have to explain what a vehicle of husbandry is. Every junction cop pulls me over. Iowa, okay, you're in Iowa. Farm plate on my 1974 International Harvester rollback truck. So what they charge you for that? Oh, you think it's $200 a year? That's because the commercial vehicle probably does a big old truck. They seem to charge more for stuff like that. But I don't know how Iowa is. They might be really bad. I know my father bought a car 2015 or 2016. It was a Ford, uh, some mid-sized Ford. But the license plate fee in California was over $1,000. He financed the first year of the license plate. California, they go down in cost every year until you get to the minimum. And he financed the license plate with the car because he couldn't afford it. That's terrible. Ohio went from two plates to one a couple of years ago. Did they? Because when I was there, they were really strict about that. I lived in Pennsylvania, right on the line. I was in Ohio a lot, and I got stopped so many times by Ohio cops because I didn't have a front plate. Then they'd see it was Pennsylvania, but as an excuse to go around a flashlight and look all inside the car. What do you have in there? What are those things? What are those things you have in the car? And I had like aluminum ribs for airplanes and airplane parts. I tell them they're airplane parts. No, really, what are they? You got to tell me what that stuff is. They're airplane parts. Seriously, you're going to tell me you make airplane parts? Yeah, I do. Dumbass cops. I get so upset with that kind of shit. Stop me for having one plate when I'm supposed to have one plate. I'm glad they went to one. Ohio. People here just don't get the new plates and nobody bothers them, really. I'd like a retro reflective nail polish for Mrs. X to see so I can track her down at night. You know what I did with my former wife? We had a Mercury Sable wagon and it had headlights like this and a big old, like a running light that went between the headlights and it had a whole bunch of bulbs in it, big fat light. So I took all those bulbs out. I put amber lights in it. So that center light was amber. Man, I could see her coming 2 miles down the road. And then after we sold that car, I saw it around a lot because that amber light was still there. No, that wasn't what the plate cost. That was the registration fee. But plate fee was either $1 or $2. Jeez. So they itemize it. And they get you sort of weight fees on commercial trucks forever. Yeah. Commercial would be a lot more. They go by tonnage. I have license for around 30,000 pounds. These are titanium parts for a space shuttle officer. You know, I got all these ribs that I've been stamping out. Of course, I'm not stamping them out. I'm hand forming them with a rubber hammer over wood dies, and I'm making them all by hand. And I got them all in boxes in the back of the car, and I'm taking back to the place where I work. And I get hassled by the police for this. It's like, he let me go, but man, it's just a big hassle. He inspected the whole car. He wanted to see the tread depth on the tires. He's a small town cop, some little town in Ohio, one cop. And he was trying to write me a ticket. He couldn't do it. And he went away unhappy. Front plates ruin the looks of a lot of vehicles. Yeah, they do. My Corvette didn't even have place for a license plate. When you buy one of those Corvettes, you got to take a plug out and there's a piece you put in there. But mine still had the plastic plug in there. People go register their trucks in Nevada. If they're close enough to Nevada, maybe. But you start getting into California, I bet they get stopped. Better have a Nevada address. Yeah, and then it wasn't too long after that. I opened up my shop on the Ohio side of the line, and then I got everything registered in Ohio. Then I had to have two license plates. And you know what? I still have that Pennsylvania license plate. It's over here somewhere. My Freightliner cost $22.50 a year plus $500 for the IRS. The IRS, the IRS gets money. I've always had a kind of pet peeve that front plates are full size when half the area of the plate is websites and slogans anyway. It's easy to get in a bad address. Okay, well, I don't know. If you got a commercial vehicle, I don't know, it depends. A lot of commercial vehicles, you want the name of your company on the side of it. But I guess in California, every truck is a commercial vehicle. When I was there, any pickup truck had to have commercial plates on it. So maybe that's a deal. I remember in Illinois, you used to have the gross weight painted on the side of the pickup truck. Any truck had to have commercial plates, had to have the gross weight painted on the side of the truck. Heavy vehicle use tax for the IRS. Any excuse to take some money from you.
Taxation stuff.
Yeah, every truck has to pay the weight fee. Most trucks aren't used commercially. Yep, that's California, I think you're talking about. Hey, Mexican Spec, can you go to No Name Nationals? Just take one of those nice buses up there. I don't know if those nice buses go that far. I know they go into, well into the U.S., but maybe it's only in Texas and New Mexico. What do you mean no politics? What's no politics? Why? Because I said something about the IRS taking your money. That's not really politics. The IRS is the IRS. Can you vote for the IRS? Shit, vote no on IRS. You have a lot to do there. Okay. Assign somebody to use my 500 subs though as my avatar. I can assign somebody to use my 500 subs though as my avatar. So this is not IRS independent rear suspension. Yeah, we have IRS here, but it's not under a car at the moment. Oh, my Mazda's IRS is there's a little over 60 days left. 60 days to what? No name nationals? It's more than that, isn't it?
70.
Yeah, it's 76.
69.
Oh, it's 69. Oh, he's right. They can they can be there in my place. Yeah, bring one of your carryalls up there. They'd be a hit of the no name nationals. Let's see, 68 days. Okay. Of course, you're on a different day than we are. No, you're not. Not right now. You're not. We're on the same day, Dean. I was a plate with the Wright brothers airplane.
Oh,
Had to
yeah.
scrap the whole first batch because yeah, that's a plate to have. That is a license plate collector's license plate to have because they had the airplane going backwards. Yeah, I wish I had one of those. I thought a few of them got out. Oh yeah, Mexican spec. You still got 10 minutes left. Yeah, he's in a different day.
Hmm.
I got pulled over at least twice a week because my truck is from Colorado. State cops would pull me over, call the DOT, and they would call the county sheriffs to bring the dogs. What state was that in? Yeah, it's one thing. The cops here in Tennessee, I haven't had any problems with them. I had a cop come up when my son got in an accident because he blew a stop sign. Cop came up to me and goes, I'm sorry, sir, I'm going to have to write your son a ticket. I go, don't apologize for doing your job. I mean, you need to write a ticket, write a ticket. And that's the worst thing that ever happened with cops here. My former wife got in an accident in her car. Somebody pulled out of a gas station, ran in the side of her car when she's just starting to go at a green light. And the car that hit her had some kind of black rubber shit on it, and it made a big old black mark down the side of the car. So she called me, wanted me to come out there. So I drove over there, and they finished writing the report, and the other person's leaving. Cops over there spitting on his thumb, and he's rubbing on the side of my former wife's car. And he goes, I just about got it fixed for you. And he wiped that whole black mark off the side of the car, fixed it for us. I couldn't believe the cop was doing that. Good guy.
I think your ex-wife was just really cute when she was younger. Choice!
She was really noise. Okay, noise is gone. Yeah, I know. Yeah, the noise went away. The noise cuts the mic off. That's why she said noise. Yeah, I've been in several rear enders, like six of them. Cops were there at two of them. The last one was in Arizona. It was in a rural area, and the deputy sheriff. He was a decent guy. Of course, the kid that rear-ended me was completely wrong. I was sitting at a red light, and he smashed into me at about 30 miles an hour. He's delivering. I told him I called the cops. He goes, I can't wait for the police. I'm delivering a pizza. Well, guess what? Your pizza's going to be late. Yeah, I wanted an accident report on that one. The other ones, I always made a deal side of the road. Let's get off the road. Oh no, I called the cops on the girl in Maryland that rear-ended me. My car was a week old. It was in 2016. She rear-ended me, and I went back there to see if she was okay, and she drove off. So yeah, I called the cops. They went and got her. They went to her house. Her father was there. He said she's at work. So the cop went to her work, pulled her out of work. She's 16 years old. And the girl's father called me. He goes, "Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. My daughter handled this all wrong." I'm like, "Yeah, no shit." But he he says, he goes, "I'd rather you don't turn in the insurance company." He goes, "I'll pay you." And he owned some big construction company. And man, he was no problem. Wrote me a check. It was good. All right. The cops dealt with the girl. But they didn't write an accident report. They went after her for the leaving the scene of an accident. I think if cops can hit somebody for running, a citizen can do the same hitting them. So they can do the same hitting. I'm not sure. Insurance companies don't give a crap about accident reports anymore. I like the X-Rap better than crap. X-Rap. Uh, insurance companies. I hate insurance companies. Only reason I have insurance is because I have to. They weaseled out of anything they could. This whole end of the shop is on fire because my former wife lit a fire and got out of control. And then insurance insurance companies, insurance company, yeah, it's covered with metal. They got so cheap, there's metal on the roof that's burned, and they wouldn't pay for new sheets of metal. Bunch of assholes. Yeah, it's late in Mexico. It's early here. Next inspect in 4 minutes. It'll be early. Won't be late. Kim, how you doing over there? You're not talking.
Great.
She's concentrating. What did you say?
I'm doing great.
She's doing great.
The distributor is in.
She's got the distributor in. The distributor is in. You something fell.
I think I might be done.
One of my snap-on ratchets. It's a good thing it's a snap-on when you drop. Can't hurt those.
Pretty tired.
She's tired. You know why? So 2 minutes, 3 minutes. In 3 minutes, we'll be here 4 hours.
That's a lot of hours. I mean, I made good progress. I got a distributor built for this vehicle.
Not only that, you completely fixed the skid steer.
The skid
We
steer's
did
much better.
2 projects tonight. She did 2 projects. I did one tiny project. Made a little disc thing for it. And just before this the live, we did a short that I'll put up in the morning. I put up probably about noon tomorrow. That seems to work well. If I put them up about noon, they get a lot more hits, so I'm going to continue that.
Where the timing mark was supposed to be on this engine.
Uh-oh, no timing mark? She doesn't know where the timing mark is.
See, I got work to do. I got to look up where the timing tab on this.
Next spec will just know.
It
Where's the
doesn't.
timing mark?
It doesn't have a. Does this have it, or does this have it on the bell housing?
Oh no, it's a hole in the bell housing. Noon works for me. Yeah, it seems to. Noon, for some reason right around there, I seem to get a pretty good bunch, and then it hits again during the night. It goes, whoop. It's like it takes two hits. And if I put it up in the evening, it just gets one. So I don't know. And then it depends on what I write for a title and what the thumbnail is, and I don't know what it depends on. Oh, it's a K engine on the bell housing, I bet. Dean Stevenson's betting. I was putting out my videos at 3 p.m. because that's where the analytics show my traffic is, but it didn't work. Try something else. Try like earlier in the morning, like mid morning. Well, I say mid morning because here, I don't know, it's just working for me. It doesn't work for everybody. I know John Wilburn sets his to go to put themselves on it sometime in the morning. And because of the time zone you're in, that's why I was saying go sometime in the morning because I'm doing noon. But just try something else till you find something that works. Back there moving stuff. You get to 200 to 400 views on the shorts and 40 to 80 on the longer videos. That's kind of what I was doing with the shorts was 2 to 400 in there. And then I put one up. It was really lame. What was the first one that was big? It was me cooking eggs or something. And I got 10,000. It's like, what? I don't even cook. It's just silliness. And then Oh, and then I put ketchup on it. It was real controversial. Oh, yeah, ketchup. So then you're gaining watch hours. I'm bumping up on that 4,000. I'm really can't wait, but I don't have anywhere near enough subs. Uh, that Kim had a small forklift. Yeah, that we don't have any forks for the skid loader. Yeah, you're at the mercy of the YouTube algorithm. Yeah, whatever happens, it's like I don't know. And then, talking to Tony, UTG, he told me, sometimes you put up a video, you think it's real good, and it's just no good at all. And then other times you put one up and it just takes off and you don't know why, you know. I did one with a Thunderbolt Ford, a short, and it bombed. I don't know why. Just didn't do well. And yet the Thunderbolt is one of those cars that just people you mention one of those and everybody's talking about it. So I don't know what happened. If the shorts don't help the watch hours. Oh no, they don't, but they help uh they help the subs. Since I've been doing those shorts, I got about what 38, I think, maybe 40 shorts right now since John gave that John wanted to start doing a short a day. I kept doing it, and I've gained about 250 subs. I was down in the 300s, and now I'm at six. Well, before we came up here, I was like six 664, I think, something like that. Line up all the marks and then make sure the distributor is pointing at number one. You need 3,000 hours to get monetized or 3 million. Yeah, yeah, I'll never get monetized on shorts. But
It's
with a short,
4,000
it's
hours.
4,000. Oh, he's talking about the to get monetized on shorts. So I don't know what it is on hours. I mean, that's ridiculous. So, but the shorts are getting me subs and I want that. It's marked in the same place as the K card. Well,
So
good,
the
Dean.
problem with the marks is there's no timing cover. Like I can see the timing belt. There's no cover on it, so there's no tab. So I can't. There's nothing to
All
line
the
up.
timing marks on the cover, and the cover's gone. Who took the cover off?
Never was there.
Not you. Okay.
I was just looking. I don't see it in the truck, so we must have pitched it over a
I'll
hill.
have to look at a service.
Yeah, I have to.
No, it isn't. It's 3,000 now. Yeah, but that's like really minimal. It's 3,000 and 500 subs, I think. But that's so you can put the little money thing in here so people can do donations and maybe a couple other things. Yeah,
I just looked at our
I
Earth
was just
chat tonight,
I
and
was
it's
looking at it
4,000.
to get the real monetization with advertising with ads, money from ads. You need 4,000 and 1,000. You can get 3,500. You get some other little monetization things. Like I could put the thing up there so you guys could give me money.
You know what? I didn't have a timing cover on the Bronco, and I got it running. But I need to know about, like, I need to know if it's on the driver's side or the passenger side at a 40 or straight up and down, so I at least can line it up a little bit.
Here says 3,000.
I don't know, maybe because you're in.
Maybe Mexico. I don't know. Yeah,
Yeah.
mine says 3,500 for the non-advertising monetization. But advertising monetization, it's still 4,000. In fact, I just watched a video put out by YouTube that was on that, and the woman, that's exactly what she said. Somebody asked, and she goes, "Oh no, I'm sorry, it's 4,000 for get ad revenue." Oh yeah, okay, he just saw it. He just saw it. Yeah. Does it have a water pump?
Does.
It does. Well, we've been here 4 hours and 5 minutes. It's got to be a record, Kim.
I'm sorry, everyone.
Sorry, I think we had fun. You need 10 million views on shorts
Yeah,
to
it's
get
a lot.
monetized. I just watched a video on a guy that did that. He got his 10 million views and his subs and all that. And he goes, "This is what I made." And he made $26 and some cents. It's like, man, really? So,
Yeah, I mean, we're paying attention and we are working towards that goal, but yeah, it's not going to change our lives, and it's not more significant than like the real.
thanks for having me get another 1,000 hours. It's not me.
I didn't
Don't
change it.
don't shoot the messenger.
The the real monetization is the friends we made along the way.
Well, and you can get monetization. You don't want to do lives though. But you could probably do lives, but you're gonna do lives with, man, your cars aren't there. You need a drone to go around and look at all the cars, and that'd be your life, man. Can you fly drones in Mexico? Is that legal? I don't know.
Where did this belt come from?
Where did this
This
belt come from?
Actually, this is the alternator belt that I needed.
That's the alternator belt you needed.
I'll bet
Time for me to go. I'm a little low on my vampire blood. Yeah, we're done.
Yeah,
we're
we're
gonna
putting it out
we're gonna cut it
anyway.
out. Thanks everybody for being here. And oh, I don't know how to cut this out.
You go to stop streaming and end broadcast.
Stop streaming. Okay. Good night, everybody. Take care.
Thanks, everyone. We'll see you soon. We'll be back by Tuesday, if not sooner.